The fact that you're breaking a rule or a norm is what makes it funny. It's like it's completely tautological.
Oh my god, that's a bold claim about the very nature of humor.
That's why egotistical characters can get away with being just utterly terrible all the time, because if they make you laugh, then you can't fully hate them.
That's another bold claim about the nature of humor. We've asserted in the past 45 seconds, A, that all humor comes from breaking norms, and B, that egotism is inherently funny. And I feel like I take issue with both of those statements.
I don't think that's what we said at all.
I feel like you misrepresented both claims.
Yeah,
I agree. It's not breaking norms. It's what makes something funny is that it defies your expectation. Like you expect one thing, something else happens. It's funny. Or if you or people breaking in norms or acting in a way that would be really inexplicable or unexpected, and this is funny.
Man.
Yeah, it's like pointing out the absurdity of certain scenarios and situations.
I agree that that is funny, but I also know that I can watch a dumb cat do a dumb thing, knowing that in 30 seconds it's gonna fall off an edge and like do a funny little tumble. And there's nothing unexpected going on there. It is just funny to watch. It's just enjoyable to see.
I don't know. I still think that I still think you're seeing something maybe like that is
novel.
Yeah, like it still is unexpected in a way. Like you're expecting the cat to fall off of it, but a cat falling off a thing is still like an unexpected thing.
I'd buy that novel.
You know what I mean?
Is
Not to mention,
yeah.
I think you're conflating it with funny a little bit because it's enjoyable to watch for other reasons, right? It's super cute.
It is super cute.
Also, I think that one of the funniest things about watching a cat fall off of a thing is like you don't know exactly. You know it's going to fall, but you don't know how it's going to fall. You don't know how it's going to twist. You don't know the specifics. It still is a little like even if you can know all day long that your cat's going to fall off the shelf, but it's still a little like shocking when it happens.
Yeah, I feel like I need to do a deep dive on like examples of humor where there is no novelty and no surprise, and it is still funny because I feel in my heart that it exists. I just can't think of any examples right now.
I don't think so.
If I told you a pretty funny joke, and it was pretty funny and you liked it, and then I immediately told you the same joke again, funnier?
Sure. Sometimes, yeah, actually.
But even then, it's because you don't expect them to tell the same joke. That's what's funny about it.
Sure.
See, our arguments are completely circular. That's how you know it's correct.
Let me tell you what I do know with confidence is that nothing is funnier than dissecting humor.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
It's the best. Everybody loves it. Everybody laughs when you dissect humor and really just try to make a science out of it. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk. It's episode 51. We're back, briefly, between the holidays. Most important holiday, my birthday and MFF, was in the past. The second most important holidays, Christmas and New Year's Eve, are in the future ahead of us. We'll be off for 2 weeks after this, and then we'll be back probably pretty regularly after our next 2-week break.
Better fucking
It is the express view of me and of Anthropology, the channel, that no holidays in December other than Christmas, New Year's, and Feck's birthday matter. Like Hanukkah, Kwanzaa.
Right. Of course, I forgot. We really got to get that statement out there.
Subtle objection. None of those holidays actually are worth missing D&D for, and I object to all of this.
I know. I am sorry.
I love Christmas in the way that characters in Christmas movies love Christmas.
Yeah, same. That's how
it's so important to me.
Right. I feel like half of the Discord is
oh my god, the hats.
Anyways,
the cowboy outfits are so fucking good.
Let me go fight Jane.
Yeah, I had in my notes. So I've been busy, obviously. It's been a very busy month. I've done very little work and very little prep that wasn't already done before last session. So hopefully you guys don't get too far. But I did have in my notes that if I don't give you guys your Western outfits, you're going to come to my house and kill me. So I did those. I did your Western outfits.
The funny thing is I had forgotten about them, but now here I am looking at it, and it's so delightful.
Some of us wouldn't have even had to come to your house.
True.
Already there.
You could just kill me.
Fair enough. This is Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Call it off. It is off. Repeat, off.
I didn't know. I guess what I'm saying here is that Fetch's pose was always meant to be in this outfit.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Fetch just has a
Like, I looked at it and thought, like, oh my god, did you make him a whole new token in a cowboy pose? And then I realized it's just his normal pose in a cowboy outfit, which is a cowboy pose.
Yeah, Fetch is incredibly photogenic. He has they call it the hero pose, where you put your hands at your side, your core a little bit forward, your shoulders up, and your head forward and your chin up. And it looks good in everything. There's no way to make the hero pose look bad.
Look
But
at
it
this
goes really
professional
well with
artist
cowboy.
knowing how to pose humanoids.
Imagine.
Imagine.
Meanwhile, an asshole decided to tie a piece of wheat to my tail.
No, it's a spur. It's one
Bruh.
single spur.
It's a spur.
That's even cuter. I did also think it was a piece of wheat and thought it was incredible.
I had 8.
But the fact that it's a spur is even better.
Yes, but
I thought it was a peace pipe.
That's also pretty fun. I do think that if anyone here was going to be the token character, the token exploited indigenous character, that would be Tex. But it felt weird to do that, so I did not do that. I made you a cowboy with a spur on your tail instead.
I think you've made an outstanding choice.
Yeah, I think that was the safe.
This
No.
PC culture has to go woke, go broke anthology.
I will say that Sketch's outfit's the best because I have an assless version. So
That is important.
What?
That's just
Why
it.
don't I have one?
Have
What
you
the
looked?
but I
heck?
asked for one.
Look,
Oh, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay,
I knew that you'd come
perfect.
to my house and kill me if I didn't give you one. Okay. When we left off, what were we doing? Oh my god, it's been like 4 or 5 weeks now. You
Yeah,
guys,
it's been over a month.
It has been over a month since you guys played, and it will be over a month until you play again. I'm so sorry. I know that this sucks.
Yeah,
I need
it
this
sure
job
does.
desperately. I need it so much. I am so behind on C3 shit.
Perfect. When
Why
we
is
left
it over a month?
because we have 2 weeks off, and then the other group plays, and then you guys play. So it'll be 4 weeks from today when you guys play.
But that'll be the 14th, not the 17th. So it's not a
Oh,
whole.
true. That's true. I do also have to do a solo session with Branch and with Baby Boy. So like, who
Oh
knows?
right.
We'll figure
Who
it out.
knows?
Anyway, when we left off, you guys had arrived in Lexisas, specifically in the capital city of Liberty. The first thing that you did, rather than going straight into the capital, well, you did visit the capital, the downtown city for a little while, so that you could talk to Arlo and some of the people at Tada to figure out what they knew. Jane momentarily stopped by the Tesseract headquarters and essentially finished paying off her debt and told them to go fuck themselves, which was great. And then you guys spent the evening over at a little hamlet about an hour and a half, 2 hours away by horse, to the west, Adelra, where Jane's home and orchard are. You spent the night there. Oh my god, I made a map for that. Where's that map? Where's my map? Found it. You guys spent the night at the Crichton Orchard. You had a little talk. Tex and Jane had a heart-to-heart over the grave. Fetch and Sketch got very drunk on apple cider.
Brandy, really.
Brandy, yeah.
Heart to heart makes it sound a lot nicer than that conversation.
Yeah.
It was heart versus heart.
Oh yeah. Heart to heart is kind of a catch-all for any sort of big, deep emotional conversation. It was not pleasant, or at least it wasn't. It was a little adversarial. And then you guys woke up in the morning. You guys had outfits ready to go. They've been there the whole time. I certainly would not spring the promise of outfits on you and then not give them to you. And now that you're all dressed up, I believe the plan was heading back into Liberty, into the capital city, and beginning your investigation of Tesseract and or the prison to try to figure out what's going on with Rita, with kind of the suspicion that whatever's going on with Rita might be related to what's going on with Switch as well. You guys have a lot of theories running around, and at least a few of you suspect that the same shit is happening to both of them. And that's where we're going to pick up. I'm going to let you guys kind of decide what you want to do. You have a whole city to explore. I don't want to push you in a certain direction. And also, I have very limited prep available, so I want to see what you guys do instead of throwing things in front of you for a change. Pull you over to the city map. You tell me what you do. It's about an hour and a half by horse over there, which means you get there at like 10:30 in the morning.
Cool.
The city is alive. It is industrious. Smoke's pluming up into the sky. It's a busy city.
And we know the specific jail where Rita allegedly is being held, yes?
Yes, she was being held at the Liberty Metropolitan Jail. It is in the heart of the industrial sector. It is essentially just down the street from Tesseract headquarters. It's like a 5-minute walk.
Cool.
Cool.
Do I have a Tesseract playlist? Oh, only that one. Do I have a Liberty playlist? I have a Western playlist. Let's do it. Let's go.
I kind of realizing I came all the way here without much of an actual plan in terms of getting Reed out of jail. I suppose we're gonna have to wait till we see what we see before we decide what to do about it. But if this really is just Rita sitting in a jail cell, I suppose maybe I could just see if I can talk to her to start with.
Yeah. When's visiting hours?
I don't know. Do I know the answer to that question, Vic?
I don't know if you just... I mean, you can give me a society check. Let's find out. I like dice. Dice are fun. Dice are a fun way to answer questions.
That's crazy, because that's actually why I'm here.
Yeah, it's amazing.
How many times has Booker been in prison?
Oh, that's
So
such
many.
a fun question. I feel like that's up to Zeke to decide, but my heart says he's been in there at least twice for really dumb things.
See,
But like,
yeah, probably. I bet like once when he was when he was 19, him and what's his name at the Blue Box got in a big fight. Although he wouldn't go to this jail for that,
right, that'd be an
but
out of
got into some kind of dumb bar fight.
Yeah.
Probably over Jane's honor, which she thought was the stupidest thing in the
Mhm.
world.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
I see. I was
some
picturing
shit.
some kind of like Mayfield. What's the Andy Griffith? Do you remember the dumb reasons they would put the people in jail in the Andy Griffith show?
Yeah.
You got the worst haircut ever. Everybody's complaining about it. You're gonna rot in there until it grows out, or buddy, you showed your butt at the bar and got a little too drunk, so you're here for a couple of days just for saying some choice word, or whatever.
Right.
But they can walk out anytime they want. I don't know. What a stupid show.
Hey, let's not talk shit about Andy Griffith in this house. I grew up on that show.
During this arc, keep it to yourself, Edge.
With the 22, you would probably be under the impression that it's not a hospital. You can kind of just go in whenever and say, hey, can I see this person? And it mostly depends on like what level of security they're under. If they're like a dangerous prisoner of their state, they're going to tell you to go fuck yourselves, or at least like make an appointment. If they're just in the drunk tank, they're going to be like, yeah, he's right over there, go talk to him. I don't think with the 22 you know for sure what to expect with Rita, but it seems like she's probably in some high security shit. But like with the 22, she's also given the impression that like there's some weird stuff going on, and maybe there's like some what's the word? Duplicity going on. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say until you get in there and see where she's being held.
Right. Yeah, I wish I had a better plan than walk in and see where she's at, but let's see here.
Should I
spells and see if I have a better plan?
Should I commit my acts of eco-terrorism before or after we do the jailbreak?
What particular acts of eco-terrorism do you have in mind?
Well, I was thinking about planting trees, but those aren't going to spread very much. So I was going to go find some mint and just plant it all over the place because it'd be funny.
I think that could be done.
I think this place could use more green. I've seen like maybe one tree the entire time we're here. And the smog, it could use it.
Yeah. I completely agree. I used to really hate being in this city. There's nothing grows around here. But I think mint is really resilient. It spreads like weeds, so I like that idea. I suspect that one way or another we might be leaving this town in a hurry when we're done, and may or may not be exactly welcome back. So maybe any business we need to close up while we're here, we ought to get closed up before.
Okay. I can do that while you think of which spell will work. You've got more spells than I do, so. So you just swap them out all the time?
Yeah, it takes me a couple hours to kind of commit everything to memory. And I can swap them out in the middle of the day if I need to. Just takes a little extra doing. It's pretty dense stuff, and she's flipping through a spell book that has 35 spells in it or something. A little hard to commit the sort of somatic and material components to memory on a daily basis, but kind of comes naturally.
Well, that's cool. I definitely can't do that. I'm kind of stuck with what I got. But yeah, I can go do my mint thing now. I don't know where I'm going to find mint.
When you pitched this plan, I assumed you had the mint already.
Right.
I could probably tell Fetch where to get mint. I've run a goddamn orchard in
See
this
some
town.
dice. I don't know if 9 is bad enough to not know where mint grows. I, the human being, know where mint grows, and I don't think
Right.
I could roll a 9 on agriculture. It grows fucking everywhere, but especially near like lakes, places that are very wet. It spreads like fucking weeds. It's impossible to get rid of. Probably
Keeps
near
mosquitoes
rivers.
away too.
Keeps mosquitoes away, exactly. Yeah, probably near rivers would be your best bet. I don't think you're going to be able to narrow it down a whole lot more than that on the 9, but at the very least, go towards water and you'll find mint.
Okay, I can probably find some by the river.
Alright.
That won't be too far.
I need to make a stop in the school again before we head to the jail anyway, so maybe I'll do that while you're going to the river.
Yeah, okay.
Wonderful. Sketch, you going by yourself?
Unless anyone wants to tag along, yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, I'll tag along. I need to find a place that's not spiritually dead in order to do my ritual.
Wonderful. Let me get from you a survival check, which I think is a nature check in Pathfinder.
Survival is its own separate skill.
Sick. Then let me get either one.
Cool.
Plant lore, if you have that. I forget. I feel like a lot of people in this party have plant lore, and I can't remember who's who. Easy enough. On a 21, you're absolutely able to kind of find your pick of the litter for mint. I'll kind of leave it up to you. You can either essentially follow this river right up to some nearby farmland and just kind of go back there and start picking mint. Or if you'd like to avoid people and go a little bit farther out into nature, you could walk 15 minutes down the road and get to a place that is like not someone's property, probably. Up to you how much you really care about that sort of thing.
Well, I feel like if I go on someone's property, they might come at me with a gun. Just a hunch. I don't know why. I have this bad feeling. So I'll probably go away from people if I can.
Easy enough. You kind of follow the road for a little while past some of the farmland. You do see kind of a mix of human workers and also a couple of automatons. They're not to the place of having like a fully robotic industry, of course, but it's weird to go out into farmland, which is already kind of a foreign concept to Fetch and Sketch outside of the vertical stuff you've seen at Sir Chun. This place that is like the closest to a not spiritually dead place that you have found in this capital city. You see there are actually plants growing, although they grow in neat rows with tidy channels running between them and fences around them. And then to see that it is not people doing all of the work, to see black plumes of smoke and the smell of coal burning as they're making the food that people eat here. But you eventually kind of make your way past all of that to just kind of a little creek at a bend in the road, and you can smell the smell of mint and a few other things, little summer strawberries and stuff like that, as you make your way down the bank. And once you find it, there's as much as you could possibly want. There's mint for days. You can have as much mint as you need.
Okay. I want some mint for me because it's good to chew on, but like, I kind of just want to spread mint seeds all over the place, just kind of wherever I can, just to be a general green nuisance.
Wonderful. Is it safe to assume that you're doing this surreptitiously? You're being a little sneaky about this.
A little sneaky about it. Yeah, I'm not as good at sowing seeds as I want.
Okay, understood. Then yeah, as you start just kind of, I assume this is going to be like an ongoing thing throughout the whole day, not just on your walk back to the city.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Anywhere that I go.
Wonderful. I'll probably call for a couple stealth checks throughout the day, but we'll see how that goes as we go. Give me just a second. Okay, I'm back. While that is all going on, back in the city, Jane and Tex, you were looking at spells. What you up to?
I'm gonna, as I'm just sort of thumbing through my spell book here, I'm gonna make my way back towards Tada.
Easy enough. You make your way back
And,
down to Tumbleweed Academy. For the differently able. We're here.
Just want to check, just step at the front door and see if Arlo's here.
Door swings open, the bell rings. Morning, Miss Crichton. I didn't think you'd be back.
Morning, Arlo. You, not back for long. I actually just needed to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, me? Sure. What can I do you for?
She kind of rifles around in her bag a little bit and pulls out the leg that Tex left in the grass by her son's grave for her to pick up. This is for you.
You see his entire posture kind of stiffens. He looks down at it. Oh, wait, Miss Crichton, this is, I mean, I know what it is. It's an expensive one for sure. What about the others?
In all truth, Arlo, I can't take pretty much any credit for this. It wasn't my idea. It's the cat is manipulative and narcissistic and trying to. It doesn't matter what he is because he's right about some things. He got this for you, and he would never tell you that. He would tell anybody who asked that the only reason he bought this was to make some sort of statement about me, but anyway, none of this matters. This is for you. It's a gift, and I just want you to know that you deserve it, and I also think it's only fair that if I am able to complete the spells, the magic that I'm trying to develop, I might not be here now. I know that doesn't make any sense. I just want you to know that you are worth this, whether it's me that does this for you or somebody else, or if you end up having to crawl your way up out of the muck and do it yourself. And if it's not me in the end that gives this to you, I sure wish it would have been.
Miss Crichton, I've seen a lot of strange things since I started coming to this school. I don't think I've ever seen nobody have a quarrel with them cat like this. But if it means we get a leg out of it, then I guess it doesn't matter whether it came from a cat or the gods or company or myself or you or whatever. It's a leg. It does what a leg's supposed to do. Is your cat gonna be mad at me if I share it?
She cocks her. He gets mad about all kinds of things that don't make any sense. I suppose I can't answer that for him, but who do you plan on sharing it with?
Well, I mean, Chuck has a lot of hard time with the crutches still. He's still learning. And he also hasn't figured out how to do doors super good yet. And I would like to have it sometimes, but maybe I figured, if he could take it on some of the days, I'll take it on some of the days.
Jane's eyes are welling up. I think if you think that's the right thing to do, you shouldn't worry about what the cat thinks or what I think.
right, well, I'll share it then, at least until I learn how to make my own. I'm going to make one that's red, because that makes me walk faster.
That's true. That's real arcanotech science.
Miss Creighton, I'm still learning a lot about magic and the nature of a lot of things. I know that we did that trick where the ball disappeared and then it reappeared a little bit later, and then we also did a lot of tricks where we burn things and they don't come back for good. And when you say that you might not be here right now, you mean like, are you going somewhere else, or are you...
How much? I don't know all of me and Arlo's history. How much does he know about like the fact that I'm doing time magic at all, or is he just...
He has probably at least overheard bits. He knows that is kind of your specialty or area of expertise. It's all way over his head, but he's a bright student. Right. He understands that there are different schools of magic, and that's been your focus.
Right. I came to this school to learn how to do a kind of magic that would let me go back to before I came to this school and not ever need to learn how to do magic. If it works, you can see that I guess I would never come to this school. I'd never get to meet you. I'd never get to meet Rita. I'd never... She looks at the leg. And I don't know how that works. I don't know if you would remember me, if I'll remember you, if I'll still be here, or I don't know. I just don't know how it works.
Ain't that a little scary?
But, hell yeah. Yeah, it's real scary. But most worthwhile things always are.
I take it you're not just going back for a leg then?
No, not quite. But I think it's just honestly a little accident of chance that it was me that brought you this leg. If I was never here, if the cat was never here, if none of us ever met you, then good things still would happen to you. Even if you had to make them yourself, because I know that you're smart and strong enough to make your own way if you need to.
I like that very much, but you don't think Miss Connors is gone for good? Because like between the two of you, I'm pretty smart, but I don't know if I'm smart enough to figure it all out without one of you.
I suspect she'll be back. I'm gonna look into that here presently, as a matter of fact.
Really?
In fact, I wouldn't be too surprised if the main reason she's not here now is because of me to begin with. So hopefully I can undo the mess I made by being here in the first place, I suppose.
He kind of looks contemplative, like he's not really sure what to make of any of that. That all kind of goes over his head. All right. Well,
look, Arlo, just I hope the leg serves you well, and I hope that it fits nice, and I hope that you and your friend both get a lot of use out of it, but don't stop working on your own, okay? And don't count on anybody else in this world to take care of you. People like you and me, we gotta make our own way. And I think you will.
I'll do my best, Miss Crichton. But Miss Connor says that we can spend our whole lives learning to make a door, but somebody's still got to make the ramps and the books and the desks and...
Yeah.
I'll get as good as I can at making my thing.
Yeah, and I'm not telling you not to take help from people. Take all the help you can get, but at the end of the day, the only person you can really count on is yourself, I think.
Give me a diplomacy check.
I'd like to now, as Zeke, state that this is such a horrible fucking thing to say to a child.
Really? Damn, Jane.
Wonderful. Formative moments. I love this. Okay. All right. I can do that. I'll do my best.
I know you will, Arlo. Let me go look into Mrs. Connors now.
All right. Good luck. He kind of looks down at the leg for a little bit as you start to walk out the door. But when the bell rings from the door, it's like it jogs him back to reality. And he kind of shakes his head real quick and hops down. And he hobbles back down around the corner with the leg in his hand. And the door closes behind you. Find Tex waiting outside, it looks like.
So I think I stand in the door just long enough to see where he runs off with it. I don't follow him or anything if he just kind of disappears into a room.
Yeah, you hear some chatter, and then you hear essentially the sound of all the kids in one of the classes oohing and awing over this expensive, fancy replacement leg that a lot of them have probably heard about, but maybe never seen in person. And through one of the windows, if you stick around for a little while, you do see that like 3 or 4 of them kind of take turns strapping it on and seeing what it feels like, and laughing about it. A few of them immediately tumble over, and they all have a good chuckle about it, but they help each other back up, give it to the next person.
Too precious. Jane can't be around all these happy children this much.
Right.
That's just deeply traumatic, so she walks out the door after that.
Understood. Probably about this time, unless Fetch and Sketch have other plans, that all of you guys can kind of regroup here.
I do. I did want to consult with the spirits to see, to ask them a few questions.
Oh, wonderful.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, while we're out.
Probably a good
While
idea
we're
to
in
do
the
that.
mint fields.
Love that. You are able to find a spot, a little patch. It's minty, little bits of strawberries, the trickling of water, distant livestock, distant steam, but there's enough fresh air here that you can kind of feel a little breeze of nature, and you begin to consult the spirits. Give me your, I believe it's a nature check? Yeah, it sure is.
It's gonna be nature, but here's a unique little snag, which is that I actually, for some crazy reason, have terrain lore for plains, which we haven't been in yet. This is the first time we're in plains. Does that help me?
I will absolutely use terrain planes here, and that seems very reasonable.
My nature skill's better.
When you use a relevant lore skill, you get a bonus to it, either +2 or +5, and this feels like a very relevant +5. So if your nature is not 5 better than your planes is better.
My plains is +2 and my nature's +9, so I'm gonna go with nature.
Oh yeah, nature's still better. Yeah.
No!
You have a hero
You
point.
do have a hero point if you'd like.
I'll use it. I never use them. Well,
let me see what the DC is supposed to be.
Say it bumped you past a 15.
sure.
Let's see. Usually a very high DC for the level, the highest level creature you might encounter in the area. Your legendary ones for an hour. Okay. What do you guys? You guys 8?
Fuck if I know. Yeah, we're level 8. In fact, we're level 8 right now.
You guys 7 then?
Yes.
7.
We're definitely level 8, turning
6
into
still.
9.
23 minus 7, 16. You made it exactly. Look at that.
Hey, let's go.
Hey.
That
Worth.
is a success. At the crew of this are indifferent to you and answer only one question. It's not so much that they are indifferent to you, so much as they are starved. They're weak. This is not a place with a lot of spiritual activity, even as you've come a little ways out of the city. But there is a point where a handful of these little leshies kind of gather around you. It is essentially this little waddling critter with the belly made out of a strawberry and a couple of little black eyes. He's got little nip leaves for arms, feet, and then like a tiny little strawberry stem that goes up for his neck. And then there's like a little baby strawberry for his head. And it kind of just sits down across from you and stares up at you like it's like, oh my god, what is this giant thing and how does it see us? Why is it connecting with us? You get the sense that these spirits don't very frequently get people noticing them and certainly not interacting with them.
The first thing I do is lean over and whisper to Sketch. Sketch, you're good at crafting, right? I need a tiny cowboy hat immediately. Okay, good luck.
Okay.
And then secondly, my one question is, what one thing is the biggest contributing factor to these spirits leaving this area?
What a great question. Okay.
You can just say power plant. That's what I expect.
I want to think it through here because there's a lot of factors going on. It's not that this place is magically devoid. It's not even necessarily that it doesn't have a lot of natural energy, but there are so many things drawing on it and so many things that are pushing it out. And I'm trying to figure out how the spirits would understand that process. I think this tiny little creature kind of blinks a couple times and it looks around. And then it kind of like motions past you back towards the city. There's energy here, but they don't like it the way that it is. They want it to be packaged. They take it and they twist it, they compress it. They make it into shapes that are all the same. And when you take things that are very different and you compress it, you lose stuff. And so, I think it's just wasted. I think that they are so fixated on using magic the way that they know how to use magic that they can't see how much magic they're sitting on top of if they would just use it the way it is.
Wait, that's not what I wanted to hear. That's not a target I can destroy.
Oh, well, if you want a specific target, there's like some really big buildings with lots of crystals and smoke that pour out of them, and they draw a lot of energy. I don't know their names. I don't get very far away from this creek, but I can feel it. I can feel that they are drawing energy from all around here. The whole city, the creeks, even beyond for a couple of miles. It all gets drawn up through the earth into their big crystals and the stacks that spew smoke into the sky, and they take that energy and then they compress it.
But they don't need to compress it. They could just use it as it is.
I think so.
I guess I can't hear you, so...
More importantly, it's energy that the spirits would otherwise be eating, right?
Yeah. It does make it harder to flourish. It's hungry sometimes, but there aren't many of us left. We eat what we can.
Okay, a building with big crystals. Got it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please enjoy this tiny cowboy hat.
Oh, please enjoy. And it kind of looks around. Yeah, this is the right one. And it kind of waddles over and it grabs just a really nice looking bright red strawberry. This one's just right. Here.
How does that look to Sketch? Did you see a strawberry floating toward me?
Sketch has elementals lore. It is not quite as good as actually being able to contact the spirits, but I think at the very least, Sketch can understand, like, there's a little leshy, there's a little plant elemental that has kind of come out of the woodworks and that Fetch seems to be having a little conversation with. You can probably see it. I don't know if you can understand it because they're not speaking a verbal language. It's kind of a natural connection. But you can tell that they're kind of doing, like, you know, when you sit there and talk to your cat silently for a little
Right.
while. Like they're doing that thing.
So I can see it well enough to make a tiny cowboy hat with a 20.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, yeah, for sure.
Cool. I will eat the strawberry and give him this tiny little hat.
It takes the hat and doesn't really know for sure what to do with it until it looks back up to you and sees what you're doing with yours, and then it kind of like puts it on its head. And it
Attaboy.
it makes finger guns at you and does the the wide-legged stance off into the distance.
Attaboy. Spread far and wide the legend of Cooter Brown.
Anything else that you wanted to do during that little trip before you reunite?
Just a quick recap. All right, so apparently, the nature spirits are being chased away, or they're being starved, really. There's nothing for them to eat in the city, and that's because it's all being absorbed by their magical college over there. Some building with lots of crystals and magical effects going on, and it's sucking the land dry around it.
Oh well, that sucks. Why are they doing that? Do they?
They don't realize. There are no spirit
Oh.
speakers or spirit weavers or anything like that over here. They're idiots.
Do you think they'll listen to us, or do you think we just have to do something because they're idiots?
That's the fun part. That's up to them. All right, let's go.
All right, you guys make your way back into the city, and eventually you find Jane and Tech sitting out in front of the college. Or, well, in front of Tada. Calling Tada a college is extremely generous.
Oh, can I roll stealth to see if I'm
Yeah,
able to plant any mint
Absolutely.
on the way
Give me your-
back?
Give me your first round of stealth.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I don't know why that came through private.
I can reveal it real quick. It's pretty good.
Nice.
You keep looking for little opportunities where you can kind of just like toss some seeds. There are little patches of green where you think that things will take, places where it is shaded enough, especially near like wells and pumps and water sources, where you imagine it'll probably take root a little bit. It'll be some time before you see any payoff, but nobody seems to stop you, and you've gotten quite a lot of seeds spread already.
It'll be worth it. I'll come back in like a year and it'll all be green. Maybe not all of it, but hell yeah.
And it is worth mentioning that when you do regroup right outside of Tada, it is one of the only places in the entire city within the walls where you see that there is a actual living organic tree that is not being used to farm. It is not being used to draw power from. It's not part of a lumber mill. It's just a tree. It's a tree that seems to be old growth. It seems like it's been here a long time, and it remains undisturbed right next to the school that Jane is walking out of.
Hell yeah.
What kind of tree is it?
Just kind of a simple oak.
White oak or red oak?
You tell me, Biscuit.
You tell me. I'm asking you, the DM.
Whichever would do better in sort of a dry, arid western climate, which I am going to guess is a red oak because it has red in it.
You are incorrect.
Damn. Okay, now you tell me, Biscuit.
It's a white oak.
Damn.
You can
Biscuit
the-
special.
It is the Biscuit
Demanding
special.
information from the DM and then harassing him about the information that he gives you.
Oh, I'm not asking because I'm curious. This is a test.
It's a test, right?
White oak acorns are edible, but they're disgusting, and red oak acorns are poison.
I love that. This is probably actually a special fantasy brown oak, and it is notorious for having a very pleasant knocking sound, so people like to make doors and floors out of it.
Oh, okay.
But what about the
Jane.
nuts? Are the nuts good?
Yeah, kind of bland, not a lot of flavor, but they are edible.
Jane sitting on a rocking chair under the nice shade of this brown oak.
You got a-
Reading, like, furrowed brow, thumbing through her book.
She got a mint julep in her hand.
Yeah, in my dreams. So I was thinking of myself. I'm no closer to a more coherent plan than just walking into the jail and demanding to speak with her so far. I've got a couple of spells that'll maybe help me undo the repercussions of that choice. But
There's a lot of mages in the city.
depends what you mean by mages, I guess. But yes, there are lots of magic practitioners here. Artificers.
I'll start with you. Do you understand where mana comes from, or where your magic, what fuels it?
I am utterly certain that I do as a character.
Almost certainly better than almost anyone else in the party. You can give me Arcana. Yes, you have a very good understanding of the four schools of magic. You understand that mana flows throughout the entire cosmos. Many planets are connected to it through the weave, through the crosswinds. This planet is unusual in that it flows unilaterally along poles instead of just being evenly spread across it. But it is essentially an energy that suffuses the multiverse. It is unique. It is a physical force, but it is unique in that it connects with consciousness. It understands intent. Many people theorize that it is a form of life that is simply just like too big for us to really comprehend how it works. People theorize that it is a mega god or something along those lines, but to us it manifests as a physical force that permeates the planet, and you can draw from it. It understands your intent and lends your power if you know how to control it. You would also understand how that kind of like gets filtered through, that. So when a creature uses it, it becomes sympathy. The sympathy is used for occult magic. Once it is drained, it becomes natural magic. Like, it goes through different phases, but that's all boring technical stuff. You understand the basics.
Yeah, Jane will give that whole diatribe, and in a way that makes virtually no acknowledgement of it being potentially sentient or some sort of great being of some kind. She very much talks about it like gravity or something, like just a force of nature, essentially.
Yep.
Does it? I'm going to quiz you. I don't know anything about magery, but I know a little bit about the quintessence of the universe, which sounds really narcissistic, but I mean it. Does it flow quickly or slowly?
I answer that question in character.
Either. It's like water. It flows quickly through channels known as ley lines, and very slowly where it pools in places that don't have strong ley lines.
The answer is that it flows very slowly. It's a finite resource. And the mages in the city are sucking it dry.
Finite in what sense?
We're in a spiritual desert because the machines and mages and liberty are annihilating and using all of the food the spirits would otherwise consume.
Spirits consume mana, then? That's probably something I knew, I guess, but maybe not, actually.
Elementals and other spirits are creatures created or creatures of mana, right? That's just my guess, but it seems like that's probably the case.
And they're more entitled to it than people are. Sorry, I don't mean to sound I don't agree with everything that Tesseract or anybody else around this city does. I don't love the smog choking out the trees. I don't love that nothing grows here, but a lot of progress is made in this city. A lot of good is done for people in this city.
The Xantic Raiders are making a lot of progress in their society on the backs of slave labor. I think Liberty's doing the same thing, but they don't know about it.
She kind of looks over at the Tesseract building and says, I suspect you might be being a little more generous to Tesseract than they deserve. I'd be surprised if they don't know exactly what the cost of what they're doing is.
I think Liberty will be uninhabitable in 20 years.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're right. Sorry, I came off kind of standoffish there. I don't disagree with needing to use magic in a way that's sustainable. I don't think that people are any less entitled to doing the best that they can with the forces that are available to them than spirits or anybody else are.
I'll cut to the chase. My ultimate goal for this conversation is to say that our prison break of Rita and anyone else who might be able to, or might be in there that we want to, break out of the prison, could go a lot better if we had a big distraction. And a big old burning mage tower is a pretty big distraction.
What exactly mage tower do you have in mind?
The one filled with crystals.
I've been in Tesseract a bunch. I assume that I can make the connection that this is Tesseract.
Yeah, it's not terribly uncommon. There are multiple companies that are doing this, but Tesseract absolutely has several essentially act as siphon. They draw a lot of power from the weave, which they then channel into crystals and batteries, things that can take all of that and condense it down into something that anyone can use, instead of just a mage. Their whole specialty is taking natural arcane power from the weave and condensing it into items that anybody can activate and use. And you would be very aware that that creates a tremendous amount of loss. There's a lot of waste that happens in that process.
Right.
And you would know that that just gets dispersed as sympathetic magic, which then can be used for occult magic. But a lot of it becomes trapped in those items and isn't freed until those items are depleted.
There's just, logistically and plans-wise here, I'm not all the way sure that trying to light Tesseract on fire to create a diversion for our jailbreak is... the jailbreak might be in Tesseract. I'm still not all the way... I mean, there's no way your mom, for example, is just sitting in the jailhouse down the street. If Tesseract is doing some sort of dimensional experiments on Rita and on Switch, then they're probably inside those crystal burning towers.
Why aren't we going in there then?
Because when I've contacted Rita, she says that she's in this jail, but then she was kind of evasive and acted like maybe either that wasn't the case or there's more to it than that. Like there's the cell that she's in is magically bugged or something. I'm not all the way convinced that they don't have some sort of multiple clones or multiple iterations of Rita's timeline going on or something. I just, it's extremely complicated, but I think the first step, at least, is just to actually go see if Rita is, in fact, just sitting in the jailhouse over there before
absolutely.
we start messing too much with Tesseracts themselves.
We must act with wisdom. We can't act before we know anything. If you're telling, and also, you're not going to tell me that my mother might be a prisoner inside that building across the street over there and expect me to go along with the plan that's just leaving the town after.
Did you, just the accent is gone, and I don't know if it's because you're hungover or if, the cider did something.
Oh, are we speaking Wexus Sassy?
Never mind, let's,
I got a pretty good Wexus Sassy.
Alright, we're back. I think let's go to the jailhouse as first step and just see if Rita is actually there. I think we should also just be heads on a swivel that if we walk into the jail and start asking around about Rita and she is in fact in some sort of hot water with Tesseract, that we better be ready to move quickly because they might trigger something.
All right, let's act with wisdom and be prepared. Let's start by shopping and asking around.
That's the thing. I've asked a bunch of different places if anyone has heard about what happened to Rita, and no one seems to know.
We need to ask prison guards.
Yeah.
We need to ask local constabulary or whatever.
Towards the jailhouse, then, for now.
If there's a mark along the way, that's perfect.
I suspect there probably is. I'll lead fetch to the market.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're essentially in the industrial zone, but if you head just right outside, you'll hit a commercial district before you get to where all the apartments are. You can find all sorts of stuff. It is a very magically rich city. It is a capital city. It is arguably the Arcana Tech capital of the world. What you looking for?
I want to see potions, wands, I'm not going to be caught unprepared for a scenario gun.
Absolutely, that makes so much sense. The world is your oyster. I don't have like a shop prepared here. Oh, well, here I can pull over the potions in one shop from this place.
That'll work, and I'll just do that while you guys do something else.
Absolutely. But yeah, you let me know what you want. I'll let you know if it's here. There's a very good chance it will be. Let's see, we got one here.
I want to go with and try to pawn off these toolkits.
I'm just going to drop a bunch of shops right in the middle of the street here.
Boy, oh boy, Tex is a cat. Tex might be able to do some spying.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I'm gonna just try and sneak into the jail.
Hell yeah, love that.
Love it.
I have no time for this.
All right, perfect.
I will go with Tex.
Excellent. Fetch and sketch take a little bit of time to check out shops. Prepare.
I do think, like, since we were just talking about doing all this prep before we depart, I'll just say to Fetch and Sketch if we're literally about to part ways. Just be like, I think we're gonna move on ahead. If y'all want to join us or meet us there.
We'll meet you at the prison. Yeah.
Perfect.
This is the part of the Wildfolk game where the party breaks off and we go do prep work and you're out of the party for 10 minutes.
Sounds about right. Someone's got to keep an eye on this damn cat.
True. I'm going to copy these shops over to the next map so you guys can continue to browse. Jane and Tex, you guys make your way basically right down the street and around the corner, 5-minute walk, until you see the sign for the Liberty Metropolitan Jail.
As we're kind of walking over that way, as we get close, I will lean down to Tex and say, if you're going to try to break into this place on your own, this might help you a little bit. And I will cast this on Tex.
Alright. You might as well ask if there's visiting hours.
Sure.
No point in me
Should
trying to sneak in there if we can just walk in freely.
Good point. I'll hold on to the spell for now.
How did I purchase these? Like, click and drag's not working.
Weird. I think click and drag onto your spell or onto your character sheet specifically instead of your token might do it.
That's what I'm doing.
Weird.
Yeah. You on your inventory?
Yeah.
Be on your inventory, you can do it.
Doesn't seem to work.
Strange. If you let me know what you want, I can drag it over there and subtract the gold for you. Might be bugged. Or refreshing might fix it too. As you step in through the front door, Jane and Tech, you find, honestly, kind of an Andy Griffith layout. You can see just through the door to the west there are a couple of essentially drunk tank cells. But right in front of you, there's a little desk, a couple of chairs in the waiting area. There's a big radiator doing some sort of magical arcanitech something or another. You imagine it's powering some things, including the artificial magical lights that keep this place illuminated. There's a little radio playing quiet music next to the desk. And you can see at the desk, there's a man with a little star, a winged star, like an eagle winged star, on his chest, a little badge that reads Riley Brown. And he looks up and he tips his hat and says, "Morning, ma'am, what can I do for you?"
Real quick before I answer that, out of sheer curiosity, looking at this radiator as I walk in, can I tell what specifically it's doing?
Sure, give me an Arcana check.
Try to pry really hard into your innocuous world building.
Totally
In
fine.
case I need to disable this building's magic or something.
Absolutely. That is quite good. You also saw that there was like a tank on the outside. You imagine that this is essentially burning. In fact, on a 29, this is a power source. It fuels everything that runs on magic in here. You imagine that there is a lot that runs on magic here, from the mundane stuff like the lights, to presumably some of the security systems. You imagine there's some anti-magic stuff going on here. With the 29, actually, you would be quite confident that there's anti-magic stuff going on here. One of the big things, for sure, is as you look through this doorway to the west, you see that there is a golem, this floating eye that is kind of on patrol. It stops for a moment, it looks, and there's like a boom pulse of some sort of magic going on. And it does every now and then stop on a little copper plate where you see it draws a little energy into itself. You imagine it's probably helping to keep that going. It's recharging it. On a 29, it can run for hours away from it, but it will eventually have to return here to recharge. What else on a 29? Yes, what you
While you're thinking, can I tell what it did?
Yeah, give me
My
another Arcana check.
recognized spell. Where are my skills?
25. Yes, you're so familiar with this sort of stuff. It is definitely some sort of an anti-magic field. It is. There's not like a permanent effect on the whole prison. This thing goes around and sustains it. It has to basically check in at all these different sites every 10 minutes or so and refresh the anti-magic that is being held up here. In theory, if you were to get rid of that thing, this place would not have anti-magic protections.
Gross. I hate that thing with all my heart.
True.
Okay.
On a 29 also, this is a hefty power source. Way more than could explain one golem, some lights, and like maybe some magical blocks. It's a surprisingly large amount of magical power that you cannot see an explanation for right in front of you.
Interesting. Okay. I'll clock that on the way in, clock the golem on the way in, and then say, morning, Sheriff Brown, is it?
Oh, no, Sheriff's in the back. I'm just working the desk today.
Understood. I'm looking after Rita Connors. I heard she might be here.
Rita Connors. And he kind of sits back. He begins to flip through some papers. Oh, right, Miss Connors. Give me a moment. I'm going to go fetch the sheriff, actually.
May I do an insight check?
Absolutely. $12, kind of a hard read. At the very least, he stands up and walks away. Not with panicked urgency, but like, oh, this is serious. I should probably go get the sheriff. On a 12, he doesn't tell you to stay here. He doesn't do anything weird to you. He just seems like, oh, this is a big deal. I'm going to go get the sheriff about it.
Okay, cool.
Your footsteps kind of have the place to yourself for a second.
I'm going to mind my P's and Q's for the moment. I am tempted to go digging around for papers or something, but...
Sounds good. Tex, what you up to?
I'm just going to poke my head around the door.
Perfect. Excellent. You actually poke your head around the door just in time to see this guy walks past another guard who looks similar. I know the tokens are identical. They're not actually identical, but they do look like they're probably related. They kind of nod to each other as one goes past. And yeah, you see that there's two essentially drunk take prisons here. And in one of those is a very well-dressed gentleman with a glorious curled mustache who reeks of brandy and is just belligerently yelling at the guard to let him go. This is an outrage. Doesn't he know who he is? His name is Thurston something or another. And his wife will hear about this. And also my lawyer. But he is just kind of ignoring him.
Jane looks down at Tex and just whispers to him, "It's 11:43 in the morning."
Do you think he's been here all night, or is this
That's what I'm wondering. Like, is he like, how are you still this drunk at 11:43 unless you started drinking at like 3 in the morning?
As you look over, you see that he gets quiet kind of suddenly, and then he like turns his shoulder and the guard looks at him. Obviously the guard can see everything that he's doing. He just rolls his eyes. He doesn't care. And you watch as this fine dressed Thurston kind of like puckers his lips and brings it to the head of his cane and does like a straw sucking motion. Anyway,
I will. This campaign will not end until I have that man's booze cane.
Perfect.
I'll whisper to Jane. How good do you think that Golem's eyes are?
Well, it is an eye. I suspect it's probably good at that.
I couldn't tell if that was literally an eye or just like symbolic.
More importantly, it does have anti-magic, although, anti-magic doesn't do anything to see a sneaky cat. Do I have any idea of what kind of I don't know golem this is? What its properties are? What it can do?
Let's see. You rolled a 25. Let me check its DC. Oh, let me remember to do this. I did it. That is just shy of a critical success. It is a regular success. Essentially, I'll let you ask me one like meta mechanical question if you'd like, but let me give you just a brief thing that you would know with your baseline. Baseline, as a golem, it is probably going to have a ton of resistances to a ton of things. It is very hard to damage. It's going to resist physical damage unless it's adamantine. It's going to resist almost all magic, except most golems usually have like one or two specific kinds of magic that it is vulnerable to. It's going to be immune to a lot of status effects. It's certainly not going to bleed. It's not going to get diseased or poisoned. It seems to have a fly speed. Those are the basics, and because you succeeded, I'll let you ask like one pointed mechanical question.
I don't know if this is pointed or mechanical enough, but does it have any like particular either traits or modifiers that are going to make it like prohibitively difficult to sneak past?
That feels pointed enough. It feels like does it have really good ways to detect creatures? Does it have very good perception? Let me read. What does this thing do? Yeah, that's a great question. You would know that this thing, after studying it for a minute or so and kind of learning the way that it moves, has very, very high perception, which is probably not super surprising. And it also seems to have some sort of like a true sight effect. It can kind of just effortlessly see through a lot of illusions and things like that.
Okay. It's yeah, for lack of a more eloquent way of putting it, it's an eye. It's its whole job is keeping watch on this place. I suspect it's not going to be an easy task to get past it. But then you are a little black cat, after all. Maybe we wait to see what the sheriff has to say.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's about that time that you hear some heavy footsteps. You hear the lighter spurs of the first gentleman as he comes out first. And takes a seat back behind the desk. But then you hear the big thumping boot of the sheriff. You see this orc man, big beard, this big duster jacket, spurred boots, and a very large, fully mechanical right arm that he kind of keeps prominently displayed outside of the jacket. And he comes around the corner and he gives a big smile. Morning, miss. How can I help you? Sheriff Mordecai Wells.
Morning, Sheriff Wells. We're back in town after being out for a while, and I heard something about Rita Connors getting arrested for some sort of something. I was hoping I could speak with her.
Oh, well, I'm actually quite glad to see you. We've been trying to find out what we can find out about her. She's been here for, I don't know, a month now, something in that order. I'd have to check the books. But seems like out of nowhere, she just got real belligerent a few days ago. Put up a bit of a fight. Nearly killed my two men here, actually. And he kind of like pats Riley on the shoulder. And he gives a bit of a sheepish grin. We ended up transferring her out to somewhere a little more high security, but do you know her? Do you know anything about her? She had been so well behaved the whole time she was here, it kind of caught us all off guard.
Belligerent? How? What should she do?
Well, I know this might not reflect too well on our establishment, and I promise that we have looked into improving our security, but she found one way or another to bypass some of the protections, and she started flinging bolts of force all over the place. Damn near killed almost everyone on duty. We have very good medical staff here that were able to kind of intervene at the last second and subdue her, but she was able to do magic, and she was violent.
And this was how long ago?
This was 2-3 nights ago. Let me double check that real quick. And he kind of like reaches for the book, and you can see that he like flips around like he doesn't really actually know what he's looking for until Riley's like, no, it's back here. Check over here. And let me check the calendar.
So most of what I'm looking for is did it line up with like a dream night?
Right.
Sounds similar to
what Switch was doing, but not bolts of force.
Checking. This all happened, it was the first. It was the full moon. It was Jib's Day, which you guys would know is 3 days ago. The morning after you should have had a dream but did not.
Okay. Very intriguing. Could you tell me where she was transferred to?
I don't know if I'm at liberty to give that information. I suppose if you were to find some way to help us, maybe we could help you with that. Do you know Rita well?
Reading a spell.
Is what's his face armed?
The sheriff?
Both, I guess.
Both. Absolutely, they're both armed. Riley has a pistol as well as a rifle slung over his shoulder. Mordecai has a shotgun at his side. And give me a perception check. You're a fighter. As you're kind of studying him throughout this conversation, you see he has this big mechanical right arm. He clearly has lost his real arm at some point or had it replaced for some reason. And this mechanical arm, A, looks like it would hit like a truck, and B, has a spinning revolver chamber in his wrist. It almost certainly doubles as some sort of a big firearm or cannon or something.
What exactly do you mean by help you with something?
Well, the truth of the matter is that we don't really know what got into her head. As far as we know, she was a former employee at Tesseract. She started that school. She was peddling trade secrets or something like that. We assumed that we were just going to keep her here until she was arraigned for her court date, and then they would settle it for some money. That's usually what happens in these sorts of things. It doesn't usually escalate to violence like this. We're trying to figure out if she's got something more nefarious going on.
You're telling me that a woman in a cage killed multiple armed guards, but your medical staff subdued her?
Almost killed. The medical
Yes.
staff saved the people she almost killed. I was actually the one that subdued her, if you believe me. And let's not be thinking lesser of a mage for being a woman. I've met some very strong ones. And he kind of does look over the chain.
Just getting the story straight.
You do, with your 22 perception kind of carrying that out, you do see that he kind of, it's not that he like flinches, but he does kind of like, he takes a little bit of offense to having the story questioned. Like there might be a little bit of like a, you hit a nerve a little bit.
And so you want my help figuring out what Rita was up to, but you won't let me talk to her? I don't know how I'm supposed to help you.
Well, if you're willing to commit to being taken where she's taken under some security so that we can have you talk to her, I'd need to get it cleared with the mayor for sure. If she's colluding, and I'm not making no accusations, ma'am, but you do understand we have to be careful. If she's colluding with outsiders, we do need to make sure that we're not bringing her help. But if you're willing to comply with all of our security checks, we could potentially take you to her.
She kind of crosses her arms.
Mind if we check the cell first?
Give me diplomacy check. Either one of you or both of you can give me diplomacy checks.
I'm bad at this,
Same.
so
I believe in you. Pretty alright. Pretty mediocre.
better than I could have done.
I don't know if I can let you go in, but I can let you take a peek. If that helps, I suppose. There's no harm in it.
Following back.
Yeah, he kind of leads the way. He does give the golem a little bit of a wide berth. as it continues to make its route. It kind of waits until it comes over here and starts focusing on the empty cage to slip past it. And he kind of motions to this southwest door here. He doesn't actually open it. I'm going to open it out of character so you can see inside. There's essentially a little porthole, and he twists a knob and that porthole opens. And inside you see simple living quarters. There's a cot. There's a shelf that's got some books on it. There's a table. You can see that it has been loosely, lightly cleaned up. It's not like super pristine, but it looks like it's probably ready for somebody new if they needed it.
Can I take a look around for signs of like where bolts of force would have struck walls and stuff like that?
Absolutely. Give me perception.
And if I can I also try? I'm sure I can't over the smell of fucking brandy from this piece of shit. But I want to see if I can smell any like leftover blood and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
A keen smell for that.
Do you have keen smell? Perfect.
Yeah, scent to precise. That's 30 feet.
Then yeah, almost certainly the most overwhelming smell that's going on right now is coming from this horrible old man.
Yeah.
You do get a lot of other scents behind it. You certainly get the smell of, oh my god, what's the word? The lightning smell, the electricity smell, the
Ozone.
Ozone, thank you. You do get a little of ozone coming from the magical light and also from his arm. You get some. You do actually get. Oh, 22 is really good. Let me roll a thing real quick. Oh, I love that. That's so much fun. As you begin to look around, Jane kind of buys a little time looking through the window, maybe asking a few questions, keeping him distracted so that you can actually like do some proper investigation. And they don't really pay you much mind. You're obviously just her familiar. What could you possibly be doing? The first thing is you do see signs of a scuffle, for sure. You see signs of a conflict. You see scorch marks on some of the walls. You see that there are places largely along the north and eastern walls of this room, and a little bit even into this big office back here, where some magic missiles and other bolts of magical force were flung. There is damage. Some of it has been patched. Some of it is still, needs to be dealt with. You do see splashes of blood that have not been... It looks like they did a cleaning, but they missed a few spots, mostly near the corners of the ceiling. Up against this northwest wall here, there's just a couple of sprays that didn't get caught when they did their initial clean. And you can smell a little bit of that dried blood, too, on a 22 with keen sense. With a 22 on keen sense, you smell brandy. You smell flesh and sweat from Mordecai Wells and from Jane and from yourself. You do not get any biological smells from Jacob or from Riley. What you get instead is the faint smell of oil. And I actually lied straight to your face. You obviously don't really smell a lot biologically from Jane.
I was going to say that.
In fact, I think that might be the best way to put it. The biological smells that you get in this room are from the old man and from Mordecai, and not from any of the other people in this building.
Intriguing.
I will hold on to that for now.
I have a terrible idea, but that could go very poorly. Yeah, I think, can I, like, this was several days ago, never mind, there's not going to be any, like, trace of, like, magic left of what Rita did here. Does the, like, cell look familiar to me in terms of the dreams that I had with Rita in it? She was just in kind of like a featureless black space, right?
Right, kind of a featureless black space. I think that when you did the contact friends ritual, she was pulled into the, like, air place. It wasn't like you went to her. I think she was pulled to you. So I don't believe that you have seen the place where she's been held.
Sir, I assume the answer to this is no. There's not a painting in her room.
No, but give me a perception check.
Oops. Can't stop closing doors.
It's fine. Biscuit, also, if you want to subtract that money, I will throw all those items in your inventory.
I've done it.
You already got it? Or okay, just the money. Perfect. None in there. None anywhere that you can see out here. However, as you guys are passing by, you get a glimpse into the big office where the sheriff was presumably pulled from. And there is a big old painting against the back wall of his office.
Can you remind me what Rita said about a painting? I know she said like the painting is fake or something.
What a great question. That is the vibe of what she said. Let me find the exact words.
I say it's in my notes. I just don't know where.
Make sure not to mislead you with too much or too little information. The exact phrase was, I think they know. I think I forget. The painting isn't real.
Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. And that seems to be like the sheriff's office.
It seems to be the sheriff's office, yep.
I don't suppose I'm in rain for detect magic, am I? No. I need to get into that office. I will cast. So we established that message cantrip can be done without spellcasting manifestations, or no?
Almost positive that they made message subtle. Let me go double check real quick. PF2 message. Yes, it does have the subtle trait. Okay. It can be cast without incantations, and it does not have obvious manifestations.
Perfect. I will message Tex as he's kind of poking around, and just say, I think I need to get to his office. I think his painting has some kind of magic on it. Rita mentioned it in one of her messages to me. I'll message again. Say, I don't know if you can respond to message, actually.
I don't think you can in PF2.
In PF2. Okay, anyway, I'll still say it again. This says you can give a brief response as a reaction. So you can respond. Even if you don't respond there, I will say, what are the chances you think you could attack somebody in this room in a way that you could play off as an accident if it went poorly?
Slim to none.
That question was insane.
And I will, and then I'll say, Tex is going to choke on his own tongue for a moment, and then just announce loudly to the room, Ms. Crichton, we've got your appointment in a moment. We should probably be going.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. I say, that cat just talked. You there? What is your name?
I'm going to...
This is the drunk guy?
Sure is. He has come over and, like, knelt down in the corner.
As he's kneeling down in the corner near Tech, I am going to point to him and cast message.
Are you a
Just
lawyer
say-
by chance? What do you say?
If you make a disturbance violent enough to get all these people to come to your cell, I will get you out of here.
Give me a diplomacy check. What is this? This is surely like an inverse wisdom save, right? Like it's a...
Oh, so bad.
We want him to roll low on a wisdom check. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to give him a -4 for being belligerently drunk. This cat has accosted me. Let me out. I declare fist. Give me a sec. And he fishes around in his jacket and he pulls out a glove and he like tries to throw it through the cage and it hits the bar and it falls. No, hang on. One more time. One more. Fist. Can you... Would you be a dear and slap your cat for me?
I'll step over.
I have the right to a duel. Let me go. And at this point, you do see that Jacob kind of like steps out. No, get back, sit down. You do not have that right. We got rid of that right 60 years ago. Nobody's dueling in our city. You want to shoot each other, you go outside after you sober up and get out here. And he kind of just starts like throwing a fit and rattling the cage and making a big scene.
So I'm trying to see the range on detect magic. While he's over at the cage, can I get to... I don't need to get that close. One step further.
Absolutely. You can certainly get that close. If you want to get that close while looking like you're just kind of getting out of the way, I do need a deception check. It's pretty easy. This is a pretty, like, believable diversion.
Cool.
Yeah, so as all this is going on, you kind of play up like, oh, this drunk is harassing me. I need to not be near him. You back up and kind of put your hands up, and you see the sheriff kind of like gives you over here, like, we're dealing with it. Give us a second. And they let you like step back away from all this kind of into the office. You even kind of see he doesn't seem phased by the thought of you going into the office to retreat here. He's like, yeah, that's a safe place. So yes, they give you no trouble as you step away from the cage, kind of into the alcove of that office there.
Okay, outstanding. As I get in there, I will cast Read Aura on it. And to the extent that I can, if I am picking up any kind of magic from it, I want to do my 8 zillion identifications, quick identification, and such.
Where are you standing currently when you try to cast that spell?
Oh, right. I think she's trying to play cool enough that she's not going to like walk into his office. She's just getting within 30 feet, so she's within range. So this exact space.
Okay. Yeah, the spell goes off. There are manifestations on this one, and they glance at you, but they think that's kind of like a reasonable reaction to what's going on. Your deception is fine. They don't like throw a fit right away.
Someone tried to slap my cat with a glove.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's reasonable for you to defend yourself here.
You're healing me.
Do you have a way you can do this in quicker than a minute because of your quick identification?
I think quick makes it a minute instead of the normal like 10 minutes.
Understood. Okay, so over the course of a minute, as this diversion is going on, you're casting Read Aura. You know whether or not the item is magical. If it is, you learn the School of Magic. If it is illusory, you detect this only if the FX level is lower than the level of the Read Aura spell.
So sorry, I am a Master of Arcana, so it is a 3-action activity.
Wonderful. Okay. Let me look at a thing real quick.
This music is the perfect music for a drunk man trying to start a duel with a cat.
Pretty good. Also, I will say, at this point, Fetch and Sketch, you guys have finished your shopping if you would like to make your way over this way. Here we go. What level is your... so you guys are level 7, so that's going to be upcast to a 4th level cantrip. Amazing. Perfect. As your spell goes off as a 3-action, you're able to determine that there are several magical things in there. You can get up to 10 of them with the spell, but I assume that your main focus is on that painting.
Yeah.
The painting is absolutely under the effects of an illusion spell. Learn whether it is magical. Yes. You learn the School of Magic. Illusion. You know that because it's illusory and you did detect it, it must not be higher than a 4th level spell. And I believe that's all you get with Read Aura. However,
and then how about the quick identification?
Quick identification, give me an Arcana check.
I will... boy, how do I want to handle this? I'm going to do... this, and add a +1 to the new attempt.
19?
That already had the +1 on it, so 18.
18. Let me see.
I don't think I can apply any more effects to that because that was already a fortune effect.
Give 2, DC by level, 4th level, -7. Oh, easy. Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Yes, you essentially learn that the painting is under a 4th level spell that causes... The painting is not real. The painting is entirely illusory. It is covering up something underneath it. And actually, now that you have disbelieved it, your read aura and quick identification will reveal that it is covering up another magical effect. And the school of that effect is conjuration, and with your identification, it is a portal. The painting is essentially a Mario painting covering up a portal to somewhere.
Okay.
Oh.
Interesting. Do I get the sense that that's what the generator is powering?
It would certainly explain it. That's a large painting. Portals are not cheap. They're expensive, especially if they are permanent. It would explain it unless there's like somewhere else within this tiny building that is using that much magic.
Okay, understood. Okay. And do I correctly see that there's another giant generator over on this wall, or is that just like part of the same system?
I believe that was meant to be kind of like an armory cabinet with like a bunch of handcuffs and equipment and supplies and stuff in it.
Got it. Okay, cool. All right. Clocking all that information as they're wrestling with this belligerent drunk in the cave or in the cage, and as Fetch and Sketch come in the front door, I will just quickly shoot a message to each person if I can manage it, and just say, the painting in the sheriff's office is a portal. I think it takes us wherever we need to go. Rita mentioned it in one of her dreams.
We're
we know
really
we
going
can
to be late
reply?
for that appointment.
Do I? Yeah. I think it's about time we be getting out of here. Mr. Sheriff Wells, I don't so much like your implication here. I was just here to check on a friend, but we're going to be on our way.
He looks like he wants to come over and try to like win you back over, but this man is really just acting for his life, putting up a struggle over here. And you do also notice that the eye doesn't seem to be fazed by any of this, continues on its like programmed routine. And for a moment, as it looks towards him, you watch as part of his body like droops a little bit. And he has to kind of like push himself off of the cage until he gets out of some effect, and then he is able to kind of like regain his composure. So,
Weird.
All right, just come back if you can. We'll try to get this sorted out. But at that point, his buddy like needs his help to get some keys, and he is completely distracted again.
All right. Okay. Got it. I'll make my way out.
All right, as you make your way out, you do see that the other one is kind of like looking around the corner, but not leaving the desk unoccupied, and he tips his hat again to you as you leave.
Once we get outside and where we're not like an immediate earshot of all this, I'll just kind of relay to Fetch and Sketch what they missed. They say that Rita was here, but then she got violent, and that they sent her to somewhere higher security. I don't know if any of that is true, but Rita, in one of the dreams, she said that the painting isn't real. I didn't know what it meant at the time, but that seems a little too coincidental to not be important. That painting in his office is illusory. It's covering up a portal. I suspect whoever Rita and maybe Switch actually are is through that painting.
And we ought to wait till he goes for a wink of shut eye and pop in there and take a look. Have us a little look, see, you know what I mean?
I think he's right.
I mostly do too, but to devil's advocate a little bit here, I'm concerned that now that we came around asking, they're going to send word off that he wanted me to come with him to Rita. He was trying to talk me into submitting some sort of security protocol and being taken to whoever Rita is. Didn't trust that for a second. I'm concerned that maybe they were told to look out for me or us, even if they do have Switch. And that now that we've came and gone, they're gonna... some wheels might be put in motion. I don't know, but maybe it still is better to just wait. But
Should we just come back tonight? Or is that what he said?
he said he hoped I would come back. He didn't give a time frame. But, I mean, it's not like... There ain't ever gonna be a time when there's nobody in this place. They keep it under watch.
We just need access to him. Any pig will squeal if you got the right kind of poker.
I'm gonna hop up onto Jane's shoulder. We could always just go in there and break them.
She kind of thinks for a second. Honestly, that's where I lean, is moving past these people as fast as possible, and they certainly ain't gonna let us. That does mean we all become, wanted criminals in Liberty and shoot up a sheriff's office. But I don't think there's a version of this where we don't end up in hot water with Liberty. I mean, this Tesseract owns these people. That Mordecai isn't. He ain't a public servant. He does what Tesseract tells him to. There's the fact that this is a sheriff's office is smoke and mirrors. This is just an extension of Tesseract's grip on the city.
Right.
Do you have any weaknesses?
Me?
Yeah.
Are you asking if I have weaknesses or if I know their weaknesses?
No, if you have weaknesses.
I suppose we probably all do. What do you mean?
It's just like kind of nuzzles up against her cheek, and then only one person in that room bleeds. The rest smell like you.
Well, I met some bugs one time that really like to eat metal. But we don't have any of those on us, I don't suppose.
Maybe I could stir some up. They'll look over to Fetch and Sketch.
I don't have any means by which to summon bugs. But if they're native to the area, I could probably find you some.
They probably suffer a -1 circumstance penalty to diplomacy and performance checks.
True.
True.
In a situation like this, I like to ask myself, WWCBD, what would Cooter Brown do?
Cooter Brown would be in the cage next to the other trunk.
And that's our end. I need a lot of liquor and a lot of it now.
Didn't you have enough last night?
I surely did, and I almost threw up in my mouth just suggesting it. But getting a man on the inside. A man who can become small enough to slip through the bars.
Yeah, say that. I think that's our only other angle here. I don't think wait until nightfall is a good idea. I think that gives them too much time to be ready for us if they're going to. But I do see an angle where Tex and maybe Fetch as some sort of animal try to just sneak through the painting and see what's on the other side, and if it goes tits up, then we go to plan B.
What's plan B? Do we figure that out later?
I think plan B is making our way into the painting the hard way if they try to stop us.
That seems fine.
Plan A.
So we're doing plan B and then doing plan A?
I think we're going to start with plan B, and then if it fails, we're going to go to plan A. But I do think it's still important, like, ethically, to consider plan A as that plan A. Before
Well, let's consider plan B plan A, because that way it's going to be way less confusing. Maybe. Or is it too late? Have we already made it confusing?
Jane
It's too
gets
late.
distracted by remembering that the tank that's the power source of this whole place is sitting over here. Can I come take a look at this thing?
Absolutely. Give me Arcana or Crafting. Uh, 16's alright. The only thing you can really learn on this one is that it is of Tesseract make, and it is drawing power remotely. It is being piped in from somewhere.
Like you said, that's all I can learn. Is it something that could be disabled relatively easy?
Oh, yeah. Violence would fix that real fast. 16 is enough to know you could disable it. It would leak for a few seconds and then explode for sure. There would be an explosive force explosion.
Okay, well that's not a great idea. And also, we established that the eye thing probably doesn't, like, it's not going to instantly collapse. It just
Correct.
needs to
It's
recharge
a
at this
Roomba.
thing at the end of the day.
Right, it's a Roomba. It needs to come back and dock for a while. I'll also throw
Oh, and actually, let's probably turn the portal off, isn't it? Never mind.
that seems
We don't
very,
want to do this.
It is worth mentioning. The explosive option is if you destroy it violently. With a crafting check, you could potentially do it like non-explosively. You could just like shut the siphon or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't think it all the way through. We don't want that turned off anyway because it is the power source for the portal. Looks like Texas casing the building.
Yeah.
It is
Just double checking that there weren't any windows or anything.
correct. None that you saw.
Is there any like ventilation or anything that I could slip through?
Give me a perception check.
You know, on the roof.
What a good question. There is. Let's see. They don't have a built-in restroom of any sort. They probably have an outhouse in the corner. They don't have fuel-based heat. It is all magical. They would have. Do they have running water? They would have to have running water because they have 3 rooms there. So yeah, there is at least a little bit of plumbing, which would require a little bit of ductwork. You could probably find like a grate. It'd probably be a grate near the power source, actually. That presumably leads to a crawl space that leads to some plumbing. So that is an option. You could go in through the crawl space. The roof, I don't think that they have or need a chimney. They deliberitely don't have windows because it's a prison. I think the crawl space is the closest you get. There is plumbing and it goes through a crawl space.
Okay. Do you have any idea where that would go? Or
At the very least, they have to deliver water to the 3 prisoner rooms. So you would probably pop out in one of these 3 prisoner rooms that you were able to kind of like see through the portholes and on the west side of the building.
Did you see if your friend left any marks for you? I assume they didn't make a scene for no reason. Oh,
He's dead. He's gone.
I'll try and slip into the into a crawl space and see if I can slip into Rita's room real quick.
Yeah, easy enough. Once you're down there, you can see it fills the entire foundation of this place. So theoretically, you can get under any space within here. You make your way over towards Rita's room. You do see that there's a pipe that goes up. Yeah, I don't see any reason why this wouldn't work. It requires like a little bit of disassembly, but you have a hand. If you take a second to kind of unscrew one of the pipes, let the water drain out, it's wide enough that a cat could get through it, even a pretty big cat. And you're able to kind of like liquefy your body as cats do and pop back out in Rita's room. Once inside, you see that it's kind of just a simple little cell. There's a not very comfortable bed, a bookshelf with some very like government issue safe literature, little table, little chair next to the table, and that's essentially it. A little lamp, magical lamp.
Any signs of struggle in here?
Give me perception. You take a close look around and you see that there is evidence of recent cleaning, suggesting that there probably was a struggle, but it has already been cleaned up pretty thoroughly. You see a couple of scorch marks, force bolts. Yeah, so there's 2 or 3 like marks of some sort of a magic missile or a force bolt against the south wall. And there are places where it has obviously been cleaned where there were like scuffs or bits of blood that have been recently cleaned. But nothing beyond that. Everything else looks like it's been scrubbed pretty thoroughly.
On the south wall?
Yeah, along the south wall. 2 blasts from the south, or on the south wall.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that seems strange.
It does seem a little strange. It seems
If she was breaking out, why would there have been anybody over there?
Definitely seems strange. Seems like they would probably enter from the northeast.
Right. Can I see, is there anything off about those marks? Do they seem deliberate in any capacity?
With your 22 perception, not terribly. If you want to give me an Arcana check, I would let you like study its magical properties. I don't know how Tex is at Arcana.
Great.
I believe in you. Yeah, it looks like a blast from a magic missile. It is weird that it's on the south wall. You're not really able to get a whole lot more from just that.
Okay. I'll crawl back out and I'll let everybody know what I saw there.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have keen smell, right?
Yes.
You smell dried blood. And you sniff around until you get to under the bed against the south wall, where it's tucked against the wall right here. And there you find a little clump of blood-stained blonde hair. Like a little tiny chunk of scalp. And you can smell that there's kind of a sulfurous, like, metallic residue, like GSR on it. And it just didn't get caught during the cleanup. There's evidence that somebody with blonde hair was, like, shot near the head, and a bit of that little scalp injury did not get cleaned up. And it smells organic. It smells peoply. It smells a little bit of sweat on it.
Based on where I found it, can I tell where the shot would have come from? Can I see if there's like signs of a bullet hole or?
I'm into it. Go and give me a fresh perception. You can say with confident that it doesn't line up where either of the arcane scorch marks are. The injury seems to have been done by a bullet. You smell the GSR. There's like a little tang of metal. You don't see an impact from a bullet, which means it probably like didn't come out the other side. There was no exit wound.
Okay.
And the way that it fell under the bed against the south wall makes you think that the shot probably came from up north towards the south.
Okay. Well, I will take the hair with me and go and regroup with everybody. I think your friend's probably dead.
Is that so?
Yeah. I will hand over the bit of scalp. Looks like they shot her. Didn't find a bullet hole, so imagine it's didn't graze.
Does it look like her, like, just have some hair on it? Does it look like her color of hair?
Give me perception or medicine. This is a very easy DC. You know Rita well. Eight is enough to know that she does not have blonde hair. She has kind of like, it was probably brunette, but it's getting peppery now.
Is this her blonde?
This hair is blonde, yes.
It's not her. He was, I don't know, lying about that even being her cell, I guess. That's not her hair, though.
Could still be her. After all, that's not your hair, and at least 2 of the people in there, that's not their hair.
Sure. I guess they could have put her in a different body or something.
Seems possible.
I
Wouldn't
think
be
either way.
the only people suffering from that.
I think either way, that information we're looking for is through that painting.
Well, hey, Dum Dum, you want to cause some trouble?
Here, more than
Yeah.
anything, yes. But I don't want to burn my mother alive.
I don't think that this will do that. You can turn into some big animals, right?
For give a definition of big.
To do like a pony? Small horse?
I think the biggest I've got is a shark or a saber-toothed tiger. I don't have a horse.
Shark probably isn't the best desert animal.
Well, I don't see why that's the case. It's the one they would least expect, right? There are some advantages.
It's true.
Saber-toothed tiger is the best I've got.
I was thinking we get an animal with the cart, spook it, have it cause a bit of a ruckus. Being this close to the sheriff's office, they'll have to investigate.
That could be a good plan. I don't actually know how acquiring new forms is done. Is it the same as 5th edition? Can I just look at a pony and become one?
Let me double check. I think it's a fixed list, but I would let you reflavor it as anything that is reasonably comparable to something you can do.
Yeah, there's a donkey right here. Can you just become this donkey, or go talk to this donkey? And
it's a little weird. It's less. Yeah, there is a fixed list, but I'd be shocked if there's not a pony on it.
There being a fixed list makes it less fun. Takes the element of surprise out of it.
it's Pathfinder way.
Now everyone's just going to be suspicious of every cat and not just... Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. It can do bull.
Right. It says you can decide the specific type of animal as long as it has no effect on your size or statistics. So, you can choose anything that is comparable to what the stat is.
Yeah, and bull is on the list.
Absolutely. So you could do anything comparable. Yeah. I'd let you
Bull
do a
would be
dog
great.
or a horse or whatever.
Maybe we try and hitch you to this wagon and have you go crazy.
I'm only going to have a minute. Small forms I can maintain for 10, but big ones 1 minute.
Of most people that I have the displeasure of knowing, you are the person that I trust could cause as much panic and chaos in a minute with a bull form. I think you'll be fine. Just, make sure you can get out of there too.
Just set me loose in a china shop, boss.
Is there a china shop nearby?
Give me a T100.
That's bullshit. Thank God.
Yeah, you'd better believe that 2 doors down there's a china shop.
Hell yeah. Right, just to game this out a little bit, we send Fetch to be able to own a china shop. It works. It gets the sheriff and all of the brothers Riley, whatever their names were.
Brown?
Thank you, the brothers Brown. We get all of them to come out here to investigate this bull. Me, Sketch, Tex all go in and run through the painting. Fetch. How does he get out of this?
After he's destroyed most of the china shop, he just runs out. I don't know how you hide as a bull, but then you just stop being a bull.
I assumed he would get put in one of the drunk tanks, and then we get him on the way back out.
Oh.
I'm just because if the sheriff of Liberty sees the bull going crazy in a china shop, he's just going to shoot it a bunch of times.
He'll have a minute to get to me.
I mean, I'm down for this plan as long as Fetch, you feel like you've got a way to cut tail and get out of there afterwards without any of our help.
Where are we meeting up after?
Wherever this painting leads.
That don't help me none.
That's what I'm saying. You got to come through the painting too. We can't just leave it here. We don't even know where it goes.
Dang. Do we think the painting itself is magical or something behind it?
The painting is an illusion. It's hiding a magical portal. The painting is not real itself. It's just an illusion. But there's a real magical portal behind the illusory painting.
We need some kind of distraction that'll allow me to get there.
We go get a real bull. It creates a diversion while you're doing the bull in the china shop thing, so that they leave you.
We're gonna run out of china shops.
This is like success. There are factories and metal shit everywhere. There has to be some house or building that has a rust monster infestation, right?
Jane, you would know for free that there is absolutely a rust monster problem throughout the city. It's obviously dealt with because it's bad for business. They invest a lot of money into sweeping for rust monsters, like as soon as they come up. But yeah, it's a frequent enough problem that there are constantly jobs for like, oh, we need an exterminator to come deal with this problem.
Speaking of which, why don't we check the old job board?
Yeah, why don't we check the job board and see if there's a rust monster request? Cage a couple of them and just let them loose in there.
Hell yeah, I love this. Yeah,
Works for me.
you guys kind of walk around for a little bit until you find the job board at one of the big corners of the street. Go ahead and give me... Two of you give me a D100. Higher is better.
Not me.
Oh, Fetch. Now, Jane.
Oh,
Well,
You
we're not
find...
doing so hot.
Yeah, you find that there are a couple of
Like-
names for exterminations. What you got?
Can I give him my inspiration?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
that's better.
That is
There we
better.
go.
That is almost nice. You find that there is one factory, maybe a 10-minute walk to the west, that has recently said that they've had to close down one of their wings because they have a little infestation and they're still looking for somebody to come through and deal with it.
This is to the west, huh? How do we catch one of these critters?
I don't know, but
Cage.
it's going to be you guys doing the catching.
Can you guys talk to them? Are they spirits?
Rust monsters? Probably not. Maybe.
What a great question.
Probably not.
Let me go look and see. I think they're literally just animals. I think they're animals in the setting. Rust wig.
Rule of thumb is if it bleeds, it's a creature, and if it's a critter or a person, and if it don't bleed, it's a spirit.
Does that mean Jane's the spirit? I don't think that's correct.
Jane bleeds, just not anything natural or holy.
The constantly shifting goalposts. Yeah, they're essentially just natural creatures. They are magically enhanced. They only exist with the help of magic, and they have some innate magical abilities. But they're natural creatures. They evolved. They evolved from natural evolutionary life.
All right, shouldn't be too hard to get our hands on some barrels.
Or
Yeah.
if you want, if you guys can talk to them, I don't know if you can talk to animals, convince them to follow me, and I'll take them to a source of food. I'll take them through the crawl space.
Ain't talk to animals.
Well, barrels it is then.
Best I can do is we can wait till tomorrow. I'll be able to commune with the spirits, but I have to hit a critical success in order for them to be friendly and want to do something for me, and that's not even in the text of the thing. So it's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah,
We also want to do it before tonight, so
Right.
Yeah, let's just go wrangle some beetles.
All right. You guys head on over to the... Do you, actually... Okay, so you approach the factory, and you see that there's a couple of workers that are milling about up front. You see that one big warehouse part of it has been kind of chained up. The rest of the business is still ongoing. You see that it is essentially just a manufacturing company that does, like enchanted farming supplies and tractors, basically. What do you do?
I'll just look to the rest of the group and say,
Um,
just let them know that I'm your mouser.
when we're on the way to this location, we're probably going to pass by one of those shops from earlier. Can I pop in and grab some Dreamtide tea real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to put that in a whiskey bottle.
Perfect. Good call.
I'm going to get 2 doses, so that's 20 gold, I think.
Sounds right. Let me see. Zoom. There you go. Shop over there.
Oh, I got to look it up.
Or I can hear it. I can just drop it for you. Hang on.
I got to look it up. It's 13 gold. I'll get 4 doses.
Loot tokens. Merchant. Dreamtide tea. There you go. There's a bunch in that merchant you can buy.
I just bought 4 doses.
Wonderful.
And we'll put them in a whiskey bottle. Okay, now we're back there. I'm just gonna kind of saunter up to these cowboys doing the garden. Hey, y'all fellas, y'all heard of the legend of Cooter Brown?
Who the hell's Cooter Brown?
I can't believe you ain't heard of him. He's a legend, but unfortunately, I've just got news. This is gonna be heavy, guys. He's passed away.
They kind of look at each other. I'm very sorry to hear that. I don't know who the hell this man is, but I'm sorry he's passed.
I'm gonna fake a hiccup and then also fake a swig off my whiskey bottle.
One of them kind of puts a hand on your shoulder, and he's like,
I know. Here, take your swallow off that whiskey bottle. Here you go.
"Oh,
Join me just a bit.
I gotta operate heavy machinery. I think I could get in.
It's for the legend of Cooter Brown, my friend. Ain't nothing more important here. Just to take your little swaller.
Give me a diplomacy check, or actually, no, give me a deception check." It is past 10. You guys can have your second wave of hero points if you want them. Well, you should take them. It's up to you if you want.
If we want.
You can have them. It's up to you if you want to use it on this.
Hey!
One of them looks a little reluctant, but the other one's like, "Oh, come on, boss, not looking. We don't got to do anything that wing anyway. We're going to be doing nothing for the last 3 hours of the day."
Just take you a quick swaller.
Yeah, they each kind of take a quick swaller.
All right, one more wait here for about 1 minute.
Dreamtime tea. Let's see. DC 21. So -4 because of power or efficiency level. So DC 17 fort save. Let's see. We have a step block for a minor. What do we got? Oh, we totally do. Perfect. Beautiful. Thank you. Fort save. 1d20 plus 7, looking for a 17. Coin flip, essentially. Quick sweller. They both take a swig. And after like a couple of minutes, you watch as one of them just starts to nod off. The other one does not go fully unconscious, but you see that his eyes are getting droopy. He's barely able to pay attention to his work. And he doesn't notice right away that the other one has like fully fallen asleep at the job.
Take your little break. just rest your eyes. This is gonna be all right.
What are the rest of you guys doing as all that's happening?
I'm just gonna go inside.
I'm just trying to figure out what this was for.
Yeah, same. I'm
Right.
also realizing that like I don't know how this helps.
Wait, because we're trying to
get factory employees for fun.
because we're trying to get into the factory carrying presumably 1 barrel each.
That's a fair point. I just feel like it could have been like, we're here about the
I was
pests.
gonna say, you
And they'd
guys
be like,
could-
sure, head on
You
in.
guys could literally get paid like 18 gold to do this level 1 quest if you want. Like, you could say you're.
No, this is
Use
more
more
fun.
gold than that on the
No, this
team.
was wonderful.
This is more fun. You're right. The rest
So
of you,
while he's like saggy eyed and the other one's passed out with his cowboy hat over his eyes, I'm just gonna start waving the barrel boys in.
perfect. All right. Yeah, the door is wide open. No one is watching it. You guys can just walk in if you want.
I don't know if I carry a barrel, even if it's empty.
I'll carry
How
Scotch's
heavy are
barrel.
barrels? How heavy are barrels?
Roll it.
Depends on how
How big it is.
big
Yeah.
the barrel is.
If you can carry like
Many
a
sizes.
suitcase, you can probably carry a barrel. Sketch has strength, right? Is he a little guy?
No.
He's +0. It's not. Yeah, they sure are. Okay, Sketch is struggling. You probably have to roll it. Jane can just carry a barrel. Tex can probably just carry a barrel thanks to the magic hand.
No.
Probably has to roll it. You're right.
Mage
You're
Hand
small.
has a 10-pound weight limit.
You're right. That is a hell of a story. Okay, so Fetch and Jane are the only ones who can actually properly carry barrels. Tex has to roll it, Sketch has to roll it. However, there's nobody stopping you. You guys can just roll it straight into the warehouse. if you
Roll them
want.
in.
Perfect. You guys make it into this warehouse. You see that it's full of machines. It smells like a combination of ozone and oil and like a little bit of arcane residue. You see that there are a couple of crystals that are just like pulling energy up from the ground and then dispersing it to nowhere. Like literally inefficiently converting fresh natural magic from the weave, turning it to arcane magic, and then dispersing it uselessly into sympathy. And you do also hear like faint skittering. It's not like the place is packed to the brim with hundreds, but you can hear little chirps and scratches of presumably rust weevils all over the place. What do you do?
Well,
gather
how do
them
we? Yeah, let's wrangle them all.
Sick.
Get them out of here.
This feels like
I don't act as bait, but I
you
will.
are. You simply are
Be
inherently
bait.
Yeah, this feels like a skill challenge. Let's do a little montage and figure out what you guys do to wrangle up rust weevils in the abandoned warehouse. I don't think we need to roll initiative here. I just want a picture of what each person does here. So what's the plan? How do you guys get rust weevils out of this warehouse in barrels?
So I think we set up a barrel that's open,
Okay.
and then Tex is just going to run around and like donkey kick them into the barrel.
Excellent. Perfect. A little bit of just plain old brute force. Give me some athletics or attack rolls, your choice.
I feel like I got to do athletics, even though it's worse, just because I'm not trying to actively like hurt them.
Right. You're
But
trying to throw them
I
around.
need them conscious and capable.
Absolutely. Give me some athletics checks then.
Yeah.
That's really good, actually. Okay.
Hell yeah.
So Tex is doing some great work by literally just like kicking them into these barrels and then closing it shut before they can get out. How about the rest of you? What are you guys doing to help here?
I get out a book about rust weevils to figure out their, best way to wrangle them while also just running away from them while they try to eat me.
Love it. Combination bait and learning how to bait. Yeah, go and give me a nature check or a crafting check. They would both be applicable here.
Both are terrible, but I will apply my pocket library bonus. Perfect.
There is the point where
This
Jane
might as well happen.
feels like she's got a plan going on, and the rest of you guys kind of like each you do a break thing. Like everybody split up, do your thing. And when you guys get back from the first wave, you find that Jane is like essentially been tackled to the ground by 4 of these rust weevils and is in a bad spot. Like they're like starting to attack her. Let's see what the other 2 did during that, and we'll figure out how you guys resolve that. So Sketch, what are you doing to help get these wrestled up?
I'm gonna use Gale Blast. That way I don't have to hit them like perfectly. I could just kind of hit the area around them and push them into the barrel.
Okay.
I just kind of like wait for them to line up and shoot them in like a lining up a hamburger.
Perfect. Love it,
in
love
a
it, love
video
it.
game.
This feels like it'll be saves from them, unless you would prefer to do it as like a nature check from yourself, whichever you prefer.
Are they good at saves? Because I'm good at nature.
Let me find out. You guys have fought it before. I'll just give you this. Swig. It is their middle save. They are okay at fort saves. Oh, hell yeah.
I am a god at nature. So.
Yeah, you do such a good job of like lining up these beautiful trick shots where you just kind of plink them off of walls and they kind of scatter and then close the lid. You and Tex are getting some work done. Fetch, you've already contributed so much to this plan. What do you do once you actually get inside?
Can I justify a survival check?
Absolutely. Feels like textbook survival. Wrangling Weevils. That is plenty more than enough for success. With 2 critical successes, you guys kind of finish up your jobs and you go back to see how Jane has done with her barrel. She has none. In fact, they've kind of got her in the barrel awkwardly and are like threatening to start chewing on her.
So I went ahead and took a D10 of damage already, but it was only a 1. So.
Yeah.
Jane, I think you got this one backwards.
You take a little bit
They're
of
under my clothes. They're under my clothes. They're under my clothes.
Oh, God. Horrible.
Ugh.
I hate bugs so much. With 2 natural 20s, you guys can decide how it is that you rescue Jane. I'm not going to make you like roll initiative or anything, but tell me what you do to get these off of her.
I think Tex lashes out like both of his tails, wrap and grab 2 of these rust monsters by the throat and just like lift them and toss them into the barrel.
Excellent.
I'm gonna stand on Jane's chest like a cat and then cast Gale Blast and just blow them all off.
Perfect.
But also blow her into the ground.
Amazing.
It's like when a cat gets on your stomach and won't get off.
Right, of course. Flying through the air.
I'm gonna trust my team to save Jane and instead walk around locating and eliminating eggs.
Ooh, okay, you're actually doing the job. I'm into it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want them to have a
This man
bad time.
This man drugged employees so that he could do this contract job for free, thoroughly and well. Yeah, easy enough. Go with your survival check. That's more than enough to locate their nest, and you just go stomping. You have a little stomp.
Yep, just go squish them all.
It is kind of tricky because rust weevil eggs are like they've got like a thin filament of iron across the surface, so they have this like crunchy on the outside thing going on. But you're able to find them and just like bash them until they all eventually crack and splatter. And you've done it. You guys have destroyed all the eggs and barreled up like a good 10 or 11 rust weevils. Probably 1 or 2 had to be dispatched because they were actually assaulting Jane. But yeah, you guys have 3 barrels of rust monsters. And nobody is the wiser. The boss will find out tomorrow morning that somebody apparently did the job for free. What do you do next?
You just unleash these in the jail and office? Or...
Yeah. I'll take them down into the crawl space. Where's the entrance to the crawl space?
Entrance to the crawl space is over by the power source here on the outside. A little grate over here on the east side of the building behind the big power tank.
Cool. Kind of out of the way. Then can we kind of like stealthily sidle up there and just like open the barrels, dump them into the crawl space?
Absolutely, I'm into it. This is a slightly harder stealth check just because this is a prison.
Oh yeah,
people try to do this sort of thing.
Yeah.
But you have a good plan here, so let me get a stealth check from somebody. I would also accept a performance to make it look like, you know, to blend in, to make it look like you're doing maintenance work or whatever. So stealth or performance.
I would love to do stealth.
Can we try to distract the crowd to give a bonus?
Absolutely. What you
Love
got?
to use my hero point.
Seems wise.
I'll never roll well on stealth, even though it's the best skill I have.
+9. Nothing but nat 7s. Alright, that's a 17. It's not super great. How are you guys distracting?
I'm recounting the tale of Cooter Brown.
Perfect. You've got, like, a couple of people stop and listen, but you hear a lot of folks like, we heard this one. We heard all there is to hear about Cooter Brown.
But I knew him personally. And here's my story with Cooter Brown. Y'all need to stop throwing stuff at me. I can't concentrate. No!
Cooter Brown wouldn't do that. Cooter Brown's a saint. We will not let you smirch the name of Cooter Brown.
Meanwhile, Tech's fighting with one of the rust monsters that got loose.
Yep.
Screaming.
There is a point, as all of this is going on, where Jane and Sketch, waiting by the front door, hear some shuffling of footsteps and can tell that Riley is like noticing that there's kind of a bit of commotion going on outside and is heading towards the door to check it out. What do you guys do?
I'm going to immediately sit down on the ground, pull out my Ambira, and act like I'd been like playing for money / panhandling the whole time.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be here. Don't judge me.
Yeah, literally like a $15,000 reward. This man is writing new Cooter Brown stories as we speak, as we live and breathe. Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. What is Mr. Brown doing?
Okay, so Fetch has been like telling stories about Cooter Brown to try to distract the audience. It's not going well. Tex has been trying to stealthily get these Rust Weevils down into the crawl space. It's going okay. It's not going great, but it is going okay. However, Sketch has noticed that Riley inside has noticed that there's like some commotion going on outside and is approaching the front door to open it and see what's going on out here. So he has sat down real quick and started playing to make it look like he's just been busking this whole time. What is Jane doing?
Busking.
Boy. I think I'm just going to try to get out of sight. I feel like they're going to be looking for me specifically, and Fetch and Sketch were kind of latecomers to the earlier altercation. I'm just going to kind of hope he doesn't like recognize them. So I just get out of sight.
All right, give me a stealth check. And Sketch, give me. Sketch, give me performance.
Okay.
Stealth, you say?
Foundry freaked out, or Forge, whatever this is. I'm coming.
I believe you.
Here we go.
I'll grab a drink while you guys are rolling. I'm still here.
I'm going to wait for you to get back so I can try to hustle you for a bonus.
I'm here. What are you hustling for?
If I cast this here spell so I can go really fast to get the fuck away.
That helps a lot. I will give you a +2 from that to your stealth check.
Can I spin it as I'm playing music for his Hope Cooter story?
Absolutely.
Accompaniment here.
Yeah, and I want to be specific. The Cooter Brown story I'm telling that I know they've never heard before is the story of Cooter Brown faking his own death in order to drug some people to steal in to a factory and clean it out.
I see. You're
for
trying
free.
You're trying to part of the crew, part of the ship. You're implying that you are the new Cooter Brown, or that you are Cooter Brown reborn.
Well, I'm never going to imply that it was me that did it.
I see. I understand.
I'm just telling this story. I know they never heard it because it just happened.
I gotcha. I see.
Yeah,
I understand.
but that wasn't me. That was Cooter Brown.
That's Cooter Brown that just broke in there and killed all those Rust Weevils.
Is Riley Brown and Jacob Brown related, or is it just a coincidence?
Give me a society check. Fetch and only Fetch.
Society?
Man, unless you have like folklore or something. You know,
How about 5?
it's the same last name, but Brown's a common last name. Who knows?
These guys are an army of robots. There's going to be like 100 Browns at the Tesseract factory. That's my guess, anyway.
That makes sense.
They're stormtroopers with shotguns.
As Riley Brown steps outside and looks around, He does kind of look down to you, Sketch, and over to you, Fetch. Boys, I appreciate what you're doing, but there is no busking on these streets. If you want to busk, you need to go out to the market square or outside city limits, please.
Take your swig off this whiskey pot.
Sir, I'm on the clock. I cannot do that. I appreciate your hospitality, but I
I
cannot.
I'm sorry. I thought we were in Liberty. I'm sorry. Do we not have Liberty in Liberty City?
He like takes his hat off and wipes the sweat off of his brow, and then kind of like puts his hat back on. It's like what I do with my free time is my own business, but I am on the clock and I like my job, so I'm gonna stay sober if you don't mind.
Y'all need a union.
Believe it or not, we have a union.
Yeah,
need a
they're
better
robots. They are legion.
Come on, Fetch. They clearly don't appreciate your storytelling talent up here. We should go.
As you guys kind of clear out a little bit, you see that he looks around, steps back inside, closes the door. Doesn't seem to look around the corner. He just looks around from the doorway.
Pet, can you delete Neo's mistake?
Yeah, I can't get rid of them. They won't go
Oh,
away.
weird. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. There was a big green line too that I couldn't get to go away.
The line
think
went
it's
away
gone.
just fine.
All right.
Okay, cool.
It takes some finagling. Those last two are real fighters, but eventually you're able to get all of these roaches down into the basement. So an important question, are you just opening the barrel and dumping them into the basement, or are you taking them down there and then like putting them somewhere specific before you release them?
I'm just kind of getting them into the crawl space initially, and then I will go down there and act as bait. I have a metal star knife, which I will use and toss up into not Rita's room.
Perfect. One of the other two rooms?
No, Rita's room, but
Oh, I understand
because
what
it
you're
wasn't
saying.
actually Rita.
I gotcha. Fetch and Sketch, give me a perception check. Very easy.
Does smell help me?
No, but I'll give you some other information just because you haven't seen it firsthand yet, based on smell.
Oh, I'm not hot today.
Not hot today. When he takes,
We're hot every day because we're twins.
when Riley came out, took his hat off, and told you all to shoo, you did see that he had short blonde hair.
Oh.
Okay. You are able to get all of these rust weevils down, and you bait them over. I guess give me, what is this? Survival, nature, animal handling, any sort of justifiable skill check for corralling rust weevils with bait. I'm into it. That works. Yeah, you're able to kind of corral them all into a corner where they latch onto these.
I spent 30 minutes punting these guys if they were running away from me.
Yeah, true. You kicked their asses like 10 seconds ago. And eventually they kind of latch onto, oh, there's delicious pipes over here. We're set. And they just like leave you be and begin chewing on these pipes. And you watch as before your very eyes, they begin to rust away. Little flakes of metal begin to drip down onto the gravel of the crawl space. You start to hear rattling as parts get loose. They're working quickly. You imagine that within a good 20-30 minutes, they're going to cause some pretty serious damage and make their way up into the prison.
Okay, cool.
I think we're largely just waiting at that point for them to presumably get up into the room and start causing the robots some problems.
Perfect.
And the drone, hopefully.
Excellent. Then you guys kind of just play the waiting game for a little while. 10 minutes pass, 15 minutes pass. It eventually hits, you hear, like, all across the city, there's, like, a wave of lunch bells that all play, like, the steam shop sirens, essentially. The whistles blow. You see people pour out with lunch pails, eating meager meals for 10 minutes that they're allotted before they have to go back in and get back to work. And then once everybody goes back in, puts it about the 25-minute mark, you hear a, oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? and you hear a commotion starting to go on inside. And the commotion is kind of like standard for about 10 or 20 seconds, and then you hear the belligerent screaming of an old man as he begins hooting and hollering and banging against the cage inside of there. After like 2 or 3 minutes of that, you hear hurried footsteps and the clattering of a bell as these two wardens escort out a belligerent drunk who is shaking a Rust Weevil from his cane, and they're like, "Let go of the cane." "I'll let go of this cane. I need this for my doctor says I need this." As this Rustwig is just like latched onto it, doing everything it can to devour the cane that is very clearly holding a fuck ton of alcohol in it. They like are literally doing a double wrestle here as they try to get the cane free and the bug free, and the belligerent drunk. The belligerent drunk realizes he's outside. He's like, "Oh, I have an appointment," and starts to bolt. One of them is off after him, leaving the other one with the cane to just like start beating the Rustwig.
Does the Rust?
He reaches for a pistol and just like gets ready to shoot this Rustwig on the streets. What do you guys do?
Does the Rustwig seem to be like going for him at all?
Not initially, but you get the sense that it already found something tasty to devour. It'll switch to him in a second.
Gotcha. Okay, just curious.
I think
we all sneak in.
Slip it.
I think so.
All right, excellent. Let me get stealth checks from each of you.
Anyone? Can I do my silly warp step trick again, or does speed not really help me in this case?
Speed isn't super helpful. This is just getting through the door without being seen. This is
Understand.
more about finding the window of
reasonable.
opportunity. That's good. That's great.
I think I'll just roll it. Fuck it.
That is good.
This is not going to be.
Oh no.
I'll burn a hero point.
Seems wise.
Seems wise.
Let me see how much of a penalty this guy suffers for being distracted and what his baseline perception is. Baseline perception of a Liberty Law man is +10. Passive perception of 20. There is no penalty in the world. As you guys slip in, the first three, like Jane, you look over and they're already in. You didn't even notice all of them doing it. They saw the opportunity and they made it in like air slipping through a window. And you're like, "Oh shit, I got to get in there," and you go for it. And you like turn and make direct eye contact with Jacob Brown as he fires the shot into this Rustwig and it drops dead on the ground. And he turns and begins to run after you for the door. You're inside. What do you do?
What a great question. Does the store have a lock?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a prison.
I close it and lock it.
Can you unwind time?
That's a fortune effect. I'd be like I've already done the
Okay.
fucking thing. But I'll try to just close the door, I guess, and lock it closed.
Easy enough. You close the door, you lock it. And you hear him just banging, looking through the window, like, Miss, what are you doing? And he just like starts yelling after you, starts rattling at the door. He's fishing for his keys. He has keys. It's going to take some time to get to him, but he's working on it. What do you guys do?
Any sign of the sheriff?
You step inside. No sign of the sheriff. Tons of Rust Weevils that are just gnawing on everything.
What the fuck have we done? I have to make it through this place.
Sure do. The golem seems unfazed and is just kind of continuing to go through its routine.
Are they not going after the golem?
Doesn't seem that they're going after the golem.
Is it not made of metal?
Hard to say.
No, it's not. Are they going after the golem or not?
They're
like,
not going. They seem to be ignoring the golem. Give me an insight check. Give me a perception check, unless you can justify like nature, animal handling, something like that.
I can smell it.
You can smell it. Keen smell puts that to a 19. You don't smell oil. You don't smell metal from it. You don't see
Okay, so it's
metal.
more like a homunculus.
It could be
kind
clay, it could be wood, it could be any number of things. You don't see an obvious sign that it is made of metal.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
That's it. It doesn't seem to do it's just continuing its orbit. It doesn't seem to really even mind your presence or the Weevils.
It's just recording everything.
Ooh, hey, also,
What's up?
Tex just said a very important thing that I was thinking at the same time. With the checks I made earlier, the 25 and the Arcana, is it recording? Is it storing a recording of the things it sees?
What a great question.
I sure would love to see those recordings, if so.
I'll let you give me another fresh Arcana. Your old one was a regular success, which is one mechanical question. This is pointed enough, I'll let you make a second check.
Okay, cool.
The DC is going to be higher here. That's very good, though. Yes, it seems incredibly likely to you that this thing serves to A, provide anti-magic support, and B, serve as like a security camera. It is keeping a recorded log of what happens.
Is there any chance that roll is good enough to know where? Like, is the recording stored on it? Is it like offloading them somewhere?
You imagine that it probably has its own internal memory and probably offloads to the copper charging station in this like southern corner here. Hither.
Boy, as she gets halfway to the painting, that epiphany strikes her, and she runs back to see if she can get that.
Sick. You hear the door rattling. He is reaching for his keys. He's trying to get in. If you want to try to quickly extract a recording, give me either crafting or Arcana.
With great pleasure.
The DC here is quite high. Like, this is going to be protected. It has a password. There's a lot of stuff you got to get through.
Yep. As I do, I will. As she runs over the machine, she slides her fingers along her forearms down to her wrists. Her faceplate splits open. Her eyes start to glow. I will overclock to give myself +2. See if I have any other spells I can use to help me with this. I don't think so. Sorry. One thing. Oh, it's okay. They're both. You can't like have multiple status bonuses, right? It would have to be a different kind of bonus.
Yeah, different kind.
Okay, cool.
Uh, 26 is enough that you're essentially able to grab what you need. It's going to take like a minute of processing to actually watch the recording, but you're able to get what you need out of it and take it with you.
Okay. Do I get this? This is kind of a meta question, I guess. Would a higher roll benefit me in the sense of like getting more data, or would it just like let me watch it immediately?
Let you watch it immediately. You've essentially got
Okay.
everything that happened in about the past week or so. It's just a matter of scrubbing through to find what you're looking for.
Great.
You can get like right to it immediately, but without a crit, you're going to need some time to like scrub through it.
Okay. I don't think I want to risk accidentally rolling worse. Let me read this real quick and see if it's a better of the two, or if it's a take the new roll thing. Okay, yes, I will go with that.
Okay.
Grab it all and then run off to the painting.
Excellent. What are the rest of you guys doing once you're in? You just go into the painting?
Yeah, I jump on the desk and I leap at the painting like a Super Mario.
Hell yeah. You believe in your heart, like Hogwarts, whatever the station is. And sure enough, you go straight through it, and you feel your body stretch through time and space. You feel that magical sickness that wells up in your chest as you are pulled somewhere. Fetch and sketch, what do you guys do?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I half expected Tex to just kind of smack against the wall and like fall down, but he went through. So.
Yeah, at the very least, he didn't smack into the painting.
I think we just go through, right?
I think Fetch is going to get confused about the order of operations, about what the plan was, and then turn into a bull, and then think about it for a second, and then maybe turn back, and then jump through the painting.
I do love that. That's great. All right.
If it, like, I'm gonna keep my ears out to wait to hear the door get opened, but in the whatever intervening seconds or minute I have, if it's not even a minute, I want to look through his like desk and see if there's any paperwork about Rita or any records of Rita moving through this place.
Perfect. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Rifle quickly. Unless you have something more relevant for rifling through papers quickly.
I can't imagine. Let me sell you on something insane.
Let's hear it.
Academia?
Yeah, that seems applicable.
I rifle through papers a lot.
Yeah. $25. You start rifling through There's not like you. It's not like you open the desk and you see a note that says, "Oh, we're super villains and here's your super orders." However, on a 25, you rifle through quickly and you see that he is absolutely on a Tesseract payroll. He has his pay stubs in there. He gets paid directly by Tesseract Corp. It's not even like there's like a little abstraction through the government or whatever. He is straight up a Tesseract employee.
Correct. That is all totally unsurprising to Jane. She slides inside without a second thought. No records of Rita's movements through this place.
None,
Arrest records or anything.
None in a few seconds on a 25. No.
Okay, cool.
If you
No
want to just
worries.
grab an armful and take it with you, you can absolutely have it to search through later. However,
Yeah, so I'll just.
It doesn't take long before you hear the door open and he fishes the key and you hear yelling.
Excellent, cool. Yeah, I'll grab whatever I can grab. Specifically, trying to, if I see like a book that looks like arrest records or something, I'll grab that and then I'm gonna book it.
Okay, wonderful. With that, I believe everybody has gone through. You guys kind of stumble through. You find that you're somewhere a little bit colder. You're indoor. You smell kind of the dank smell of an unused warehouse. And I'm gonna pull you over to a map.
Well, gang, which exactly how we all thought it would.
Just as planned.
And in no way was I the weak point.
Been there, felt that.
Oh yeah,
That was me Sunday.
Alistair had a
God.
time on Sunday. Okay, let me make sure I don't reveal too much. That needs to go away. That needs to get reset. Is there a camera object on this scene? I don't see one. I think we're good. If you guys see stuff, be adults about it. We need a Jane. We need a sketch. A tech. And a fetch. You arrive somewhere pitch dark. I believe Jane is the only one here who has true, proper dark vision.
I do, and I also have.
No.
Sketch also has true, proper dark vision.
Yep.
I also think I might be shedding light right now. Yeah, for 1 minute I am shedding light in 10 feet with my glowy eyes.
Perfect. Let me turn that on because that will help the stream.
I'm sorry, that's not 1 minute. That says 1 round. Disregard.
Fair. I'll let you have a blink
It's
of it, just
over.
honestly, to make things simpler. As you look around, you see that you've kind of tumbled out of behind you what appears to be a metal door into a big stone-floored warehouse of some sort. And with the brief moment of light that you have, and with the dark vision that Jane and Sketch have, you can see that it is just kind of an abandoned warehouse by the look of it.
Interesting.
Can I smell around? See if I smell whoever was in that cell.
Absolutely. Give me a perception check.
I'll throw up a detect magic.
Perfect. With Detect Magic right behind you, you can see that the door behind you is essentially the same deal. It's a portal that leads right back out. You walk straight through the door and would presumably be right back in that office.
This one here.
Yeah, the one to the south, the locked door there, yep.
Okay.
Text, perception. A lot of it is overwhelmed because of the industrial smells of oil. However, with your keen sense of smell, you smell rot. You smell death and decay coming from 20, 30 feet to the northwest, roughly.
There's a body.
Let's go check it out.
I can't see nothing.
I suspect we should move quickly. They could be following us through that painting anytime.
I can see all right if you want to hold on to me, I guess. Then I have
Okay.
to be in front. So
Tex, as you follow your nose, it leads to this big pile of canvases. It appears to just be a bunch of cloths and tarps and leathers that have been thrown up in a pile against the wall here. And you can smell that there is death and rot coming from under it.
Shadow comes out and pull the sheets to the side.
Yeah, you fling stuff to the side, and it doesn't take long before you find two bodies of two bleeding, very organic, human-looking brothers with blonde hair and blood-covered faces, injuries, wounds, dead.
Intriguing. No magic on them?
No magic on them.
Okay.
Scalp injury?
Yes, you see that one of them has a very severe injury to their scalp and forehead.
Not all blonde people are related, but like,
Great way to start.
do these seem like they could be browns, but not robotic browns?
For what it's worth, they look just like the wardens that were in the jail just 2 seconds ago. It looks like
Just
the same.
oh,
Yeah, it looks
okay.
like these are them,
Yeah,
except
they got-
organic.
They got replaced.
They got replaced.
So I think Jane takes a second to sort of look over these bodies. As Sketch asks that question, just I died, and they moved my soul into this. I guess it never occurred to me before that someone would, I guess, have to die to do that. These must be experiments, test subjects, seeing if they can make more.
Interesting.
As you continue, Jane, with your detect magic up, it's about here. What's the range on that? 30 feet?
30 feet.
It is about here that up a little bit to the northeast, there's like a pile of wood that is stacked up against some machines that rings up with transmutation magic on it.
Okay, I will do a very quick identify.
Give me an Arcana check.
God. Love to roll different than I roll.
It sure would be nice, right?
I do have the assured thing. I forget what that does. Hold on.
Oh, perfect. What does that do? What is that?
If I crit fail, it's just a failure.
Just a failure?
And if it is cursed by chance.
I failed to turn over the day. Misidentify. Okay, so you don't misidentify. You simply are. You fail to identify for the next 24 hours. You can tell that it is some sort of an enchanted object. You're not entirely sure what it does. You know that it's not raw materials. It's like some sort of a magical device.
Okay.
It appears to just be several planks of wood that are kind of like bound together by rope.
You said transmutation?
Yep.
Okay. I'll just mention that. That's some sort of device, machine, some sort of construct. It's got transmutation magic on it. That's like magic of changing things. I can't quite figure out what it is.
Kind of looking around here, can we assess like what this is for? Like this building?
Great question. You can
Like
definitely
it seems pretty messed up, right?
It definitely seems like an abandoned warehouse with a bunch of like old, unused machinery in it. You can definitely give me a check. Society would be okay. Crafting would probably be the best, but anything that you can justify as like identifying the purpose of an old machinery warehouse.
I guess can I identify that? And more, can I identify what they've been using it for? Like, are there tracks in the dust? Are there secret doors or passages that
Love
go
it,
to
yeah.
somewhere like actually useful?
Gotcha. Give me a perception check. Yeah.
If I can, I'll do the society check on the question you thought he was asking.
Yes, for sure. And then Sketch, you've obviously found something up there. Go and give me a perception check as well.
Okay.
Oh boy, hell yeah.
Yay!
That Pikmin sound gets me every time.
Okay, I'm going to do these in reverse order, and then some things might happen. Tech. You see that this place is not super heavily used. There are signs of traffic, though, in that things have been pushed out of the way so that people can take a route back and forth. It seems to go from the door that you guys came through, straight up the middle, and to the northwest corner of the building. It seems like it almost appears to you on a 17 like everything else is kind of just here for show. Like it's just kind of props, essentially, and that this is mostly a transitory place. It's a hallway, essentially. In game development terms, it's a hallway.
Right.
That has been deliberately made to look like a warehouse so that maybe people don't question it. Jane, with an 18, all of this machinery is stuff that Tesseract can and would work on. It is a lot of arcana mechanical stuff. A lot of it is kind of older, probably 10, 15 years old or so. And a lot of it is prototypes and other things that are not branded. You don't see a Tesseract logo anywhere, but all of the telltale signs are there. And that stands out as pertinent to you. It's not like this is not something that Tesseract would lay claim to. It is where Tesseract puts prototypes and things that they don't really care about and don't want their brand on. Sketch. You find up against the surface what at first appears to be just kind of a bare concrete wall, but you spot a little bit of a light coming from under it and a little bit of draft, and you see that it is, in fact, a semi-secret door. It could be pushed in that would lead somewhere. On a natural 20, as you were looking around, you notice that there is a glint of pinkish light coming from behind your shoulder to the northwest. I'm going to move your token for a second so that you can see it, and then some things are going to happen. You look behind and see that there is a portal glowing pink in the northwest corner of the room. And on a natural 20, you see that silhouetted by that pink light is a human figure with a very large right arm who raises it towards you, and you hear a click, and you duck as the shot goes right over your shoulder as you flinch instinctively away as Sheriff Mordecai Wells fires a shot towards your back. And we're going to roll initiative.
He's so fucking hot.
I don't.
Jamie has to die.
Regardless of whether that's Zeke or Jane saying that, it's wonderful.
I mean, look at him.
I suspected this would be Drake bait if anyone. Maybe Philo bait if he was here.
He's pretty me bait, but I'm also not getting attached because he has to die.
He's got to die. I get it.
Not even for the reason that probably anybody thinks. I just need to prove a point.
Okay.
I think I will. Let's see here. What do I add to?
Nope, I forgot to do the sword mode. Oh wait, it got me.
I will. Let's fuck it. Let's destabilize. Actually, let me see Mordecai's first.
Oh, I forgot to do it. I did it. I did the thing. I forgot to do the PWL.
Okay, I'm going to destabilize my time stream.
Right.
Hell yes. And I go first because of being a chrono
Wonderful.
skimmer.
Hell yeah. All right. It begins. There is a resounding shot as a heavy pistol or revolver of some kind blasts out from this guy's mechanical hand. Jane, your first react. What do you do?
Jane, not knowing what Tex has just said out of character, or what Drake has just said out of character, looks to Tex Where's Tex? What's my range here? Hold on.
Meta,
Where did
he's
he?
15 feet away from you in the dark around
Oh,
the
I
other
see
side
him.
of this machine, yeah.
Okay. And she just says, alive. We need answers. And casts haste on Tex. That is 2 actions. Third action. Is this last one next turn? No, like our turn. Third action. I will cast this on myself.
Excellent.
Damn it to hell.
Blast and damn.
That's my turn.
Alrighty. That'll bring us to Tex.
Cool. I'm going to use my haste action. To run up to him, and then I'm going to take a swing. Got to
23
target him.
is a regular hit. Uh, 10 points of slashing. Blood sinks out from wherever you land the shot, unless it happens to be his right arm. There is some flesh there, and you strike it.
Cool. Then I'm going to do another swing, but this is going to be a combat grab.
You grab, and on a failure, I'm going to give you. He kind of just grabs back with his big hand. He seems to be very good at grappling and resisting grapples.
I was going to actually ask. He was the one who got all like droopy and limpy briefly, right?
He did, yes, momentarily.
Okay. Fuck it, let's try.
Oh my god, that makes so. This whole time, I've been trying to figure out why the drunk guy in the cage got all half droopy when the magic guy walked by. It was the sheriff. I'm an idiot.
Oh, yeah. The drunk is just a drunk, as far as you guys know.
Fuck it, I'll try again.
That is a hit for the combat grab.
So he takes 9 damage, and he is grappled.
Alrighty.
Tex jumps up on top of him, and both of his tails wrap around his neck.
Hell yeah, love it. Okay, excellent. That brings us to Sketch. Your
I
ears are still
have this
ringing.
now.
Yeah, speaking of that, I'm going to make a will save to see if I react poorly to being shot at.
Seems wise. Seems very in character.
Didn't mean to make it private again, but...
Pretty good. 19.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. Sketch will steal himself. He noticed just in time to not freak out about it. I will step once. And then turn my head around this corner here and cast ignition from my fire knife on the sheriff. So let's get a check roll. Keep making things. I think my push to talk button is making it hidden.
It might be, yeah. Either way, that is a 11, which is a miss.
Big ol' miss. Okay,
Big old miss.
cool. That's all 3 actions.
All right, excellent. That brings us to the innocuous pile of wood.
Oh, I don't like that.
Jane, from right beside you, you see this innocuous pile of wood begin to pull itself up, and the rope begins to unwind until eventually it begins to kind of crawl around. What's the name of the little robot in Interstellar who does that funny walk?
Hell yeah, greatest robot in cinema, Tars.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of looks like that at first as it runs up to you. But then once it gets up to you, it does this like whipping motion and swings the rope towards your neck like a lasso.
Why?
Let's find out. No, I want this to hit. God damn it. You were able to duck low as this goes wide. I think it's just going to use the momentum from that to try to bring its back leg around and strike you with map. Missing terribly yet again. You're onto this motherfucker. You have Detect Magic up. You kind of saw it all coming. That brings us to the sheriff, who is grabbed. I think it's going to look to you, Tex, and he's going to bring his big metal hand up to you, say, "Down, boy." He's going to use his first action to try to grab you back. Athletics. Grapple is against your Fort DC. What's your Fort DC?
Fort DC is 15.
Oh, just shy of a crit. That's such a shame. Either way, he now also has you grab with his first action. And let me read this again real quick. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. That is a critical success thanks to this. Which I believe means that you are not just grabbed, you are like fully restrained. And then with his second action, you see that he curls one of the fingers in, and there's a click and then a as he fires a shot point blank into you.
A little rude, but okay.
A little rude. There is map on this. Grab does trigger map. That is a failure, which becomes a regular success for regular hit damage, thanks to Iron Grip. 14 points of piercing damage as you take this shot essentially straight into your ribcage, Tex. And then with his third action, I think he's going to slam you against this barrel right next to him. Missing. That is all three of his actions. That brings us to the next pile of lumber. This one springs into action and runs down towards you, Sket. With its second action, it is going to try to lasso around your neck. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
So the great news is that this doesn't do damage. Oh, I lied. It does damage. It just doesn't do very much. So critical damage. The rope snaps taut around your neck. You take 4 points of bludgeoning as it suddenly tenses. And then, with its third action, you watch as it plants its beams down, and it begins to hoist upward.
No, I don't like that. Oh, it is a noose. Wonderful.
It sure is. Essentially, this thing begins to lift higher and higher, and as it does, it takes Sketch with it. You are grabbed, constricted, unable to breathe, flat-footed to it and to all other creatures, can't speak, and have some penalties when it does some things later on. That is its whole turn. That brings us down to Fetch.
Oh god, Sketch, where are you?
Oh yeah, you don't have dark vision. You don't see any of that.
20, 25. I can't move further. That must be a wall.
It is. You can hear that he's very close, kind of just like kicking and gasping for air, but there's a machine right there.
Well, dang it. I can't even see where the freaking wall is. All right, action number 2, move more. 5, 10, 15, 20.
I'm not actually shedding light right now for what that's worth.
Oh, yeah, I'll go and kill that. And if that changes your second action, you can absolutely take that back. Fetch. Turns out you might actually just be blind unless you want to spend an action to light a light.
And for my third action,
There
we go.
Much better.
I'm still hidden.
It's still hidden from you. However, I will say the machine that you are behind is not 20 feet tall. You can see that there is a big, tall wooden hangman noose that is lifting, and you can see the top of Sketch like kicking and flailing from it over where you see all the invisible stuff here. That brings
Out of
us
actions.
back to the top, Jane.
Okay, when we were in the sheriff's office earlier and I did the detect magic, is his arm magical?
It is arcana mechanical for sure. It is about as magical as you are. It can absolutely be targeted with like a dispel to temporary suppress it.
Outstanding. That is precisely what I want to do. Seeing Tex get picked up and shot in the chest, Jane will look over that way, pointing Spitfire at this hangman. With her other hand, she points her spellcasting hand over towards Mordecai. And I'll cast a spell magic on his hand.
Wonderful. That is a counteract check. I need Arcana from you. Let me figure out what the level is before you do this roll. Level of this effect is 4, which I think means you just can't critically fail. And the DC
Lovely.
is 15. So don't critically fail a DC 15 Arcana.
I'm going to, now that you said that, fail this.
I believe
Critically. Close.
That is
Let's-
actually very close.
Let's go ahead and hero point.
Before you spend your hero point, a failure is still a successful counteract because it is at least 3 levels lower than your effect. Oh wait, what level are you casting? What level
I'm
are you
only casting at second level.
Okay, I lied straight to your face. You need to get you need a success here. You need a 15.
Okay, then yes, hero point. Come on, Bobby. Come on, Babu. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you can feel you hook into something. There's magic coursing through there, but it is resilient. It is made to resist a lot of these things. It is simply not enough power to shut it down there. You do see that as you hook into it, his grip momentarily loosens. It seems that the magic is giving him a supernatural grip on this.
Okay, that is 2 action. Third action, with the other hand still pointing over at this noose fella. I will shoot Spitfire at this fella. Cast. Go gadget. Help me. Why? Okay, we're just gonna roll this manually, I guess. Blazing Bolt. I don't know what my modifier is for a spell attack, so I'm just going to roll a different one of my spells and then do that damage. This should have a +2, which I can add.
That's a critical hit.
Delicious. It's 24 fire damage on the hangman.
It sure is. You do see that fire is fully effective. It doesn't seem to have a weakness, but it absolutely takes all 24 points of fire damage.
Lovely.
A lot of the rope starts to catch, a lot of the wood starts to crackle and blacken.
Perfect. That is 2. That's her action. That's my turn.
All right, that brings us to Tex. Tex, you are fully restrained, which has a lot of terrible effects.
I think the only action I can take is trying to break it, right?
Let's see. You're off guard, immobilized. You can't attack or manipulate except to attempt to force open or escape.
Yeah, I'll do the only thing that I can then.
Yep. One action essentially is an attack roll. against his DC. Ooh!
Hell yes.
Ooh! Critical success. You get free, remove the conditions imposed by the chosen target, and you can stride up to 5 feet for free.
Nah.
Fair. Let's see.
Without using an action, can I smell if there's anything in this barrel?
What is your passive perception?
Passive would be 19 plus keen smell.
Plus keen smell for 24. Yeah, let me roll to see what it is. You get kind of an acrid, a very acrid smell. It's probably some sort of an acid inside of there.
In a wooden barrel?
Yeah, you imagine it's probably lined. It's probably not wood all the way through.
Okay. Not what I was hoping for, but that's fine.
You do see there's one right next to it, and it is open face. You can just smell that it's oil.
Yeah, but that's not next to it.
That's fair. True.
I will... Oh, let me double check. Thing. Yes, perfect. I'm going to use my next action to do a double slice.
Hit. And hit. Uh, 16 points combined, piercing, poison, and another 15 slashing for 31 total.
31 total, which are together if he has any resistances.
No resistance to either of those. He looks fucked up. He is barely standing.
Well, I only have my haste action left, so I might as well take one last swing at him. We'll attempt to make this non-lethal.
All right. No! How dare you?
Which I think is 11 damage.
Sure is, and he has 10 hit points remaining. You're able to essentially just bash him against the temple or kneecap him or however you wish to do it. He drops and kind of just rolls on the ground in pain. Not dead, but out of the fight. I think that's 3 actions.
That
is
is...
action, right?
No, that was my haste action, because
Gotcha.
first one was the
The
escape,
Right.
and then 2 for the double slice, and then last.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, that brings us over to Sketch. Let me double check and see. He did this on a crit. Let me see if that means you were restrained instead of simply grabbed. Free action. Doesn't say anything about it. Okay, so you are simply grabbed.
Okay, cool.
Hoisted.
Hoist. How does one activate a magic item if it doesn't specify?
Usually it specifies like Envision or something. Can you post it? Magical. When activated. Weird. Let me take a look. My guess is that you simply cast the spell. It's all the same motions that you would need to cast a spell. But
Which I can't do because I'm unable to breathe.
oh, okay. Activate is Envision and Interact. So you need to be able to like mentally picture what you want to do, which is fine. That being strangled doesn't stop that. And
Okay.
Interact is you need to be able to use your hands, which I think you can.
Which
still
are
do.
3, right? I'm being lifted by a noose, so I should be fine.
Let me see if grabbed. I think grab might have put like a DC 5 flat penalty on it. Let me see. grabbed. PF2, held in place. If you attempt to manipulate, you must succeed at a DC 5 flat check or it's lost. So there's a DC 5 check or you lose the action.
Okay. Struggling to get air because he can't. He's digging around in his pockets trying to find something. And we'll see if he fumbles this chime out of his hand or not with that D20 check.
Good luck. Just a flat D20.
Alright, can I, new character, this might help sketch.
What you got?
Because I knocked out Mordecai, I'm going to, use... Oh my god, where's this fucking ability? Next.
Oh, hell.
And I'm going to try and demoralize the hangman that's got sketch. It's a construct, so I don't know if this is even going to work, but I'm going to try.
You are right. It is a construct. I expect this to be mindless. It doesn't say it's mindless for some reason.
Weird.
That might be a mistake, but I'm going to roll with it.
I rolled like piss
You did roll
anyway,
like garbage anyway, so yeah, I think it is not intimidated. Okay.
Thanks for trying.
Oh, I do. That is a 13 if it changes things.
It might. What's the DC? What's here? Wheel DC 14. You're off by 1.
Damn.
Yeah.
Either way, you are able to succeed. You're able to activate the Chime of Destruction and cast
Okay.
Shatter.
Yeah, I'm just gonna barely ding against this thing and cast Shatter on it.
Yeah, there's a very, very faint boom, boom, as this thing erupts. Let's see, that's a fort save, right? What do we got? Cast that shit.
It is
2d10 sonic damage, ignoring hardness, with a...
why won't it let me cast it? Come on.
I don't think it gets a save. I think it just happens.
Yeah, you just deal 2d10 sonic damage. It doesn't say anything.
I'm into it. Go and give me 2d10. I think maybe there might be some bullshit about unattended objects and nonsense, but I can't imagine this not working. This seems like it would work, so let's do it. Well.
Wow.
Well.
God.
Welcome back, Allie.
Yep.
There is a little bit of splintering as some of the wood is like blown back around where you tap the chime. This thing's pretty sturdy. You do some damage, but it has still got you pretty solid.
Okay, that's 2 actions. Third action, can I try to break free somehow?
Absolutely.
I don't know.
The escape action is your choice of an attack roll or athletics or acrobatics.
Oh, I can acrobatics move out of here.
Yep. Regardless of which one you do, it does trigger map. But you've not
You
done
can
any
do
map
an
stuff.
attack roll?
Yeah, I told you that.
I wasn't listening. I listened to most things you said.
Fair.
I mean, it didn't matter because I crit, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, you crit anyway. You're fine either way. 22 is enough. You're able to basically do some fancy acrobatics where you buy yourself a little bit of hang time in the air by swinging back and forth. And then in that brief moment of hang time, you were able to slip the noose down long enough for your head to slip free and land on the ground.
Awesome. Okay, I can't move or anything, but I'm alive, so.
Perfect. That brings us to The Hangman to the South by Jane and Fetch. Fetch. It's going to try to noose you. 26 is a hit, almost a crit.
But wait,
I wish you wouldn't.
any effects of that hit can wait.
All right, yeah. Fetch, you feel the rope settle gently around your neck, and right as it's about to yank back, everything freezes, and the consequences are delayed. It's a bit of a bizarre attack because what it does next is it instinctually begins to hoist upwards, and you watch as the rope goes taut. You see that you should be pulled up 15 feet off the ground, suspended in this rope. And you know that it's coming, but time has given you a brief window before it actually happens.
Oh, is there a spectral version of me choking and stuff in it?
Yeah, you see a faint yellow outline of yourself being lifted up and kicking as it is drawn upwards. With its
Visually, Jane looks like she's force choking you because she holds her magic hand up to your neck and is squeezing and straining with the effort of holding you in time and place.
Hell yeah.
Let the hate flow through you.
With its third action, it is going to bash Jane with map. 16 is a hit for. Oh, I can roll damage. 23 points of bludgeoning damage. And that brings us to the other hangman. What does this do? Oh my god, that's so much fun! Okay, get back your sketch. We need this. Noose. Hit. Sketch. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage, and you feel this rope tighten around, like, basically under your armpits this time. It does not tighten around your neck. It also doesn't bother hoisting. Instead, it uses its second action to grab you, and then its third action to begin running, dragging you with it over this way. And you can feel yourself being dragged like you're on a leash as it starts to run towards Tex. That's its whole turn for now. You are grabbed. Yeah, what a great question. If only I had thought about this a lot and have an answer for it. Okay, grabbed good, and Fetch is up. Fetch, you know you are seconds away from being hoisted into the air.
Yep. But Sketch, he's not dangling anymore, is he?
He's not dangling. You can see that he's essentially leashed, and this other hangman is, like, dragging him towards Tex.
Okay, but he's not choking, he can't breathe.
He's not choking, correct. He's just grabbed.
Let's start chopping.
Hell
Why don't
yeah.
we chop?
Let's get chopping.
Chop
Why
some
don't we?
wood.
Why don't we double strike?
That's one crit.
Hell yes.
No map on the second for the double strike.
Correct. That's a hit. Got some 3x damage going on. 26 and 12, some of which is bleed. This thing does not bleed. But that is still 38 points of damage as you just begin hacking into this thing. You see several bits of it begin to splinter off and fall aside. It is rapidly losing structural integrity. I believe you have a third action.
Not sure what I want to do with it. So I think what I'm going to do is actually... Yeah, we have to do science here, so I'm going to have to move. 15, 20. I'm going to move here just so I can get well, actually here, so I can get a strike on Hangman if he moves.
Perfect. Wonderful. That brings us back to
Wait.
Jane. Oop.
Now that I can see around the corner of this thing, there's no wall. The heck?
I think the
Yeah.
wall is like this diagonal black line is what you can't see through. But maybe it's magic.
Well, I know what I can see through, but why couldn't I walk through it? I was trying to walk from like this tile to this tile, and it was like, there's a wall, you can't do it.
I think you might have been west one. I think you might have been trying to walk from here to here.
Maybe.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think so.
The
Karen.
walls don't work very well on the hex grids.
Hang on, can I do some science real quick? Unbelievable.
Which is why we should be using, a square grid like a normal human being.
No.
A normal and sensible DM.
No. We should be using gridless.
Settle down.
Anyway,
Okay,
that brings us to Jane. When does all this stuff unravel for Fetch?
on the Hangman's next turn.
Understood.
The duration is 1 round.
Cool.
Okay. I will keep one hand's focused on Fetch's throat not getting pulled into this rope. And then with the other one, I raise up Spitfire again. Start by casting Sure Strike. And then I'm going to spend 2 charges from Spitfire to do 2 bolts of blazing bolts, 1 towards each hangman. Here's the first with advantage. That's, what do I add? 17 plus something.
17 plus something has a very good chance of being a crit, depending on what that
I'm
something
thinking
is.
so. Plus 8, so 25.
That's a crit.
Oh, that should be 27.
That's
Either way, crit.
big old crit.
This will be on the one next to me.
Uh, 47 points. So give me just a moment. This is, I think, maybe the first time that a monster has done this to a PC. You guys have done it to monsters before. And I need to check the timing of something. I believe it does get to attack of opportunity before your spell goes off.
I really appreciate that very much.
Yes, it does.
It does, and on a crit, it will interrupt your spell. Hangman does have attack of opportunity. As you begin to cast the spell, it is going to try to hit you. Please crit. It wants to live. No! Son of a bitch.
Delicious.
True, you're probably not wrong, actually. As this thing tries to interrupt you, you're able to essentially just shut it down with a blast straight to the face. That's a critical hit for 47 points of fire damage. It erupts in flames and is gone. And we will never know what happens when you form a paradox in the middle of combat.
Oh no, I fucked up my own experiment. Jane's spellcasting hand focusing on that. Turn or goes onto her side and she points Spitfire over at the other one.
That
19?
is a regular hit. Damn, that's a lot of damage. 27 points.
That is the end of my turn.
All right, excellent. That brings us to Tex. You see this hangman barreling towards you with Sketch in tow.
There's so many things that I want to do. I got a good kill, so I'm gonna do some goofy shit.
Hell yeah, let's see some goofy shit.
Texas Shadow comes out, and I'm gonna grab Mordecai's arm and just like wrench him forward and fire his hand pistol at the hangman.
I love that so much. Hell yeah. So I feel like there's got to be like a nominal a crafting check here, right? You're proficient in martial weapons, right?
Yeah.
You know how to fire a gun. It's fine. You can just do it. Hell yeah. Let's see it. Yeah. Give me a D20 plus 8.
D20 plus 8.
Yep.
Is it just built in?
Yeah. I mean that's his attack roll. It's a D20 plus 8.
Okay.
Unless your attack roll is better. I guess if your attack roll is better, you can do your own attack roll.
Potentially. I mean, it's with firearms, which I don't know if I have. I guess I would have them. I just have them as my basic weapons. So
Right.
Be, so yeah, that would be a plus 9.
Hell yeah. Give me a D20 plus 9 then. Yeah, that's a hit. The baseline damage, so I'll let you either treat this as a gun or as it's... Actually, you should just use the damage that's built into it. Give me 2d6 plus 5. I think that makes way more sense. Yeah, there is a jerk as his hand just cannons out this big, heavy shot. Wood splinter as it takes 14 points of piercing damage from this shot. And you watch as the middle finger now, so the pointer, the middle, and the ring finger have all flipped off the tips of his fingers and are smoking.
Well, the other session, I was talking about how frustrating it was not having a ranged weapon. So I'm going to spend the rest of my turn chopping off his arm and taking it with me.
I love this.
This is mine now.
This is very Rocket Raccoon behavior. Yeah, dude, if you want to spend 2 actions starting to chop this thing off, this is a little bit of an activity. I don't know if you can get it done in 2 actions, but you can get started on it for sure.
Fine, I'll just go and help Sketch. I'll step forward and do double slice.
Hell yeah. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh my god, a miss. Also, it automatically detected the flank. That's so cool. And a hit on the second one.
50.
Alright, this thing is continuing to barrel towards you. You chop into it as it rushes your direction. I think that's it. Did you do your haste action already?
Yeah, my haste action was the gun.
Oh, right, of course. Alright, that brings us to Sketch. You are grabbed.
Okay. So when I'm grabbed, do I have like a penalty to striking? it?
No, only manipulate actions like using an item and certain spell casting.
Okay, then I just want to get rid of this thing because I've tried being smart about it. I just need to just hit it.
Sometimes the chime does 3 damage. We've all been there. It's been a week for you. That's a crit. That's a miss. And that's a miss.
Oh, I got the crit. Oh.
42. Shit.
Good God.
Jesus Christ.
Calm down.
Well, I thought it was going to get a turn, but no. You just needed that one crit. That's it. You split this thing right down the middle. Like chopping the biggest piece of firewood you've ever chopped. And it drops.
When you corner an animal and it freaks out, just... Yep, 42 damage.
Yeah, so you can see what it was trying to do. Essentially, cinematically, what happens is it starts to drag you along, running over towards Tex, and then to Fetch as he runs up. And you see that it like pulls back, like it's about to use. It's going to swing you at them. It's going to use.
Oh,
like
it's going to hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Oh, hell yeah.
Another motherfucker.
Got it.
But you essentially line up this beautiful shot and just like trace the grain of the wood straight down the length of it. And as it goes for the thrust, you come out the other side and it comes out in 2 pieces.
And it smells like burnt wood.
Yep. A few seconds pass. Fetch, you take 2 points of bludgeoning damage as you feel it around your neck, and then everything goes quiet.
Well, what would have happened if Fetch would have had to take his damage?
We'll never know. I mean, he does still have to take the damage. I think that consequence is only delayed. And that was from the initial attack.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But, 2 points of damage outside of combat in PF2 means you wait 30 seconds and it's gone.
I didn't think about that. That's interesting. He does still have to take it.
He does still have to take 2 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, I did. It's okay.
Yep. We did it. With that, everything seems to go quiet. And now you have light in here, finally.
Lovely.
So I know there's a big portal over there that seems important, but there's a fake wall over here.
I think we got the man with the answers right here. She'll go towards Mordecai.
This is mine now. I'm going to hold up the arm and start ripping it off of his body.
Amazing. Perfect. It's like fully grafted into his body. You can absolutely do it. It's gonna hurt. He might bleed out from it, but like he can't stop you. You can absolutely do it.
Can I tell how much of it is like the gun as opposed to like is the gun just the hand part? Can I just remove the hand?
Give me crafting or medicine, your choice, or just perception. What you can see beyond the elbow is purely mechanical. And then at some point under the arm or under the shirt, it like is essentially just grafted into flesh. It seems like a pretty hard seam, but you're not sure how much of the machine goes deeper into the bicep without like actually starting to dig in.
Cool. I will, using my corrosive thorn whip, just kind of wrap it around and then like essentially like garrote cut the arm off.
Hell yeah. Terrible.
Like just under the shoulder.
Truly awful. He certainly is going to take the PF2 equivalent of a couple of death fails from this. He's writhing in agony if he doesn't get medical attention.
I mean, I'm only cutting the metal.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Sorry, I heard you do it like up further. Okay, if you're just doing it at the metal, then yeah, he's fine. There's the clatter of metal and a little bit of a spark, but you're able to get the essentially from the elbow down off.
Yeah, because like you said, it's grafted up near the shoulder,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's kind of like halfway at the bicep. Okay, perfect. You have Sheriff Mordecai Wells' finger gun. It does 2d6 plus 5 piercing damage on a hit. It can be fired 5 times before it must be reloaded. And with some training, with some attunement, with some practice, you could probably also use its block and load feature if you were to learn how to wield this enormous heavy mechanical arm as a cat. Which, you know, I believe in you. You can do it. You're a fighter.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Fair.
This is purely for the inevitable next encounter where I can't fight anything because it's all flying.
I do love that. I love that. Perfect.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Say as Tex is working on getting that arm off of this guy, I'll just kind of take a knee next to him. Just say, my friends and I are going after Rita Connor. I need you to tell us everything you know about her and where she is, and answer all of our questions before we go on our way. And if you do, you can go on your way too.
And if it's helpful, I've got things that'll make him tell the truth. But hopefully we don't have to spend that.
She nods to Fetch and then nods to Mordecai to make sure that he heard what Fetch just said.
Right. I'm gonna let you choose here. What you have presented is both an intimidating argument and also a very reasonable argument. I'll let you choose if you want to do intimidation or diplomacy here.
Can I do deception if I'm going to shoot him in the head after he talks to us?
Yeah, 100%. Still writhing in pain from the fight, and also, like, even though it's purely mechanical, he's looking down at his arm with just kind of like a glossed over 1,000-yard stare. And with his good hand, he kind of trembling, points over his shoulder towards the portal. She's still there. She's still there. Just let me go.
Still where?
In there, the complex, the other side of the portal. It's hot. Watch your step.
I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more specific here, my friend. What is the complex? What's on the other side of the portal?
I don't know. I don't go through there. I just deliver. Bring her there once a week.
Once a week?
Once a week, I shove her through the portal, wait here till she gets back.
What day?
Monday nights.
What about the cheeky woman?
What cheeky woman?
Any cheeky woman.
You a woman?
I'm not a woman.
Then I don't know a cheeky woman.
I will cast message at Fetch and just say, I suspect wherever he's been sending Rita is the same place someone else is sending Switch, or Switch is being kept. He might not know about her.
Let's go through the portal then.
I try to, oh boy. I was going to try to slow him down a little bit, but I don't think I can slow Fetch down. I will just say, wait. But I suspect he's not waiting.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah, I'll wait. I wanna watch Jane commit cold-blooded murder again.
So let's make sure we've got all the information before we go.
For the second time, a man who tried to assassinate you.
I'm not going to stay long enough to listen to this guy's sub-story. She looks over at the hidden door that Sketch was pointing at. So what's over there?
Whatever it was worth shooting me before talking to me. So
Yes. Ask him.
Great question. Let me find out.
Meanwhile, Sketch, I can't see your health bar. How you doing? You all right?
yeah, I'm good. I only took like a little bit. I'll be fine in a few minutes.
I got a little poked.
No,
I show you my 3 milk crates of potions.
3 milk
yeah,
crates.
he stocked the fuck up. He learned his lesson.
I spent half of my very considerable wealth on consumables.
He bought a ton of stuff.
I might borrow one from one of those after I do a treat wounds on myself in a minute.
Yeah, I got like 30 healing potions. We're good.
Delightful.
He looks up and he kind of like shrugs, kind of shakes his head. Fuck if I know, not my job. Part more of this, more of the complex, I don't know.
So what's your arrangement with Tesseract? What do you know about them?
The bare minimum. They imprison people, bad people, I assume, and sometimes they have me bring them over for fuck if I know. I think it has something to do with trying to get the truth out of them, trying to get secrets back. I don't know. This Rita, she knew something and they wanted her to not know it. That's all I really know.
Do I believe this guy?
Give me a perception check.
God.
He seems scared. He seems like he has no reason to lie. He doesn't have leverage right now.
All right. Kind of looks to the gang. Y'all have any questions for him? It seems like he's an errand boy.
Then ask him who the boss is.
Yeah, that's a good question. Who do you get your orders from? Who do you talk to at Tesseract?
He looks sheepish at first, but then quickly remembers that he has no leverage. Mr. Freeman, Chuck Freeman, the mayor.
The Mayor of Liberty?
He nods, yeah.
The Mayor of Liberty is who's told you to bring Rita to this portal once a week on Monday nights.
The mayor of Liberty is a middleman for Tesseract. City's gone, my friend. I'm just trying
Seems
to
like a
survive.
conflict of interest.
Alright. Guess it shouldn't surprise me, I guess.
You want my advice? Walk away, pretend you didn't see anything, and maybe you'll survive to see next year.
I didn't ask for your advice. And I shoot him in the head.
Hell
Whoa!
Yeah. He drops.
Oh,
Jane!
Woo! Spicy.
I was kind of curious if he'd killed the kid, but I guess it doesn't matter.
That isn't obvious.
So do we go put him on the other body pile, or just leaving him there?
Oh, no. And I'm going to cut the barrel open.
Oh yeah, just crackling and popping as flesh begins to sizzle away.
Ugh.
Oh, through we go.
Oh wait, this door.
Right.
Can I,
Check that out.
It might just be the way out, but like, what if there's something cool in here and we leave it behind and never come back?
I'll keep Detect Magic up and follow Sketch.
All right.
Might go right to Chuck's office.
As you push through, it leads into a clean, not well used, very dusty hallway that ends abruptly after about 20 feet. What you got, Fetch?
he doesn't count as an animal for the purpose of Spirit Speaker, does he?
No, he is a person.
Spirit Speaker's so stupid.
I know. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's just nothing. That doesn't seem right. Not even with a nat 20. I guess that was earlier.
You had your nat 20 earlier while you were inspecting this, right?
Yeah.
I'll let you carry it through. It's another false door at the end of this hallway.
Oh. We'll push
Any
them.
magic on it?
No magic on it. Movement seems a little weird here, so I'm going to move you cautiously so that it doesn't clip strangely. As you push through here, there's like a little bit of resistance. You quickly determine that it like pushes to unlatch and then it pulls like a cabinet door. And when it pulls, you find essentially a... Oh, can I just get rid of this wall so that his light shines through? I can't. A supply closet and a regular proper door leading out somewhere.
Out somewhere like outside? Oh, okay, so you're showing us. Never mind.
I hear you loud and clear. You open the door, and Jane, you immediately know where you are.
Yep, I recognize this immediately.
Yep. You also know it's the middle of the day. This is a place of business. There are going to be people here.
Yeah, back inside. Back. Where are we going?
Okay.
This is where we're in Tesseract's headquarters. That's like their lobby. There's gonna be all kinds of people out there.
Oh, okay. Shit. Fuck. Me?
In case there were any misgivings about whether Tesseract was evil, they've got literal skeletons in their closet. Alright. Time is of the essence. Those fake brothers Brown know that we're in here. We should move.
They might not.
They do. He saw me come in.
I saw you go in, but he doesn't know about the portal. Otherwise, they'd follow us.
Maybe.
True.
Maybe.
But we should,
They might
because
also, rather than follow us, go tell the mayor.
either way, because we can't know whether or not they know we're here, we should act as though they do.
I agree, and everything points to Rita being this way and Switch being this way, I think. So we should go.
Cats and ladies first.
So
You get it?
everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who steps in first?
Me.
All right. You watch as Fetch whoop, disappears. Rest of you guys follow?
Yeah.
This is probably nothing, but I'll just keep up to magic as everyone goes through and make sure there's nothing like unexpected, like a weird, I don't know, abjuration or something as they go through.
Understood.
And then after everyone else has gone through, I think Jane takes 1 second to look at that barrel where the body of Mordecai is, bubbling in acid or whatever, and just reflects a little bit on how little she felt from that, despite how intense the killing of Petrov was. And then she steps through the portal.
All right.
I didn't realize American Psycho was a time travel movie.
Tex, you just stepping through?
Yeah.
Okay. Jane, because you have Detect Magic up and you were watching specifically for things like this, give me an Arcana check.
With pleasure. A natural 4 for 13 coming right up. So close.
Pretty good. You feel yourself pulled through a portal. You've done this several times before. Everything goes as you would expect. However, on a 20, you're traveling into a damaged receiving end portal. You feel crackling that shouldn't be happening. There's a popping in your ears like the connection is worsening. It works. It's still functional. You can just tell that this connection is certainly not up to code. There is damage that is happening in transit. And when you all emerge on the other side, it becomes pretty clear why that is the case. Fetch and Sketch, this is a sensation that is not only probably familiar to you, but honestly, maybe even a little cozy to you, a little nostalgic. Jane and Tex have almost certainly never experienced anything before like this in your life. And I need a fort save from each of you as you are blasted with an immense heat.
Is this disease poison or radiation?
It is poison and heat.
Great. I have resistance to poison. As a
Me
robot.
too.
On Tex, you have resistance to heat, right?
God almighty.
I can use my reaction to gain resistance if I'm taking damage from it.
Wonderful. It is a... In the brief first moment of exposure, it is a very small amount of damage. It is 2 points of fire damage, 3 points of poison damage as you emerge a little bit on the downwind side of this.
That's regardless of the save?
No, you're totally fine. Fetch and Sketch, I'm not even going to make you do save. You guys are
okay.
acclimated in bizarre and unusual ways to this sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll use my reaction to at least absorb some of the fire damage, and I'll just take the poison.
Wonderful. As you come to, you find yourselves in the remnants of what appeared to be sort of a stone bunker. You can see that there are broken tools all around you, carts. You see that there is a mine track that is cutting through a little jungle ravine. You can hear the crackling of fire all around you. You can hear wildlife. You can tell that you're in a very tropical and damp environment. You are feet away and slightly downwind of a lava flow. The wind is shifting rapidly here, and within just a few seconds, it kind of shifts back the other way, and you are fine. But you don't want to be this close to this lava flow for sure. All of you can see that directly across the lava flow, through the wavering heat, there's a big old critter. There's a big old turtle-like lava thingy that seems to be gnawing on a very large metal pipe that goes down into the ground in what is left of another stone building that was presumably like a shelter for whatever this enormous pipe is. That's what you all see. Sketch, this looks very familiar to you. You have been to not this exact camp, but a camp very like this before.
Oh,
Rocky terrain, jungle trees, lava, the building's crumbling. This is Zulakara.
I suddenly feel like Mom might be more relevant than I thought she was going to be this trip.
Why do they have a portal to Zulakara?
So, do I see any sign of Tesseract here? Like their personnel, their logo, anything?
Give me a perception check.
That portal will be deadly to take here in a couple of months, at least. At most, I mean.
Is that portal even? Is there even a return portal here?
I say it was barely working to get us here. It was malfunctioning.
This has to be Zulakara.
Obviously, I don't see anything Tesseract-wise on that one for 6. Do I see, like, the remnants of the arrival side portal of this? Is it, like...
You do arrive on a portal. There is magical energy. It has not yet been destroyed, and the flow has already moved past this in a way that makes you think, like, it's not in immediate urgent danger. It's not being counted in hours, at least. It might be counted in days or weeks as, like, natural ruin gets to it, or if more lava starts to flow down. There's enough energy there that you think you can reactivate it and go back if you want to.
Okay.
What you see is largely mining equipment. There's not really like a lot of branding. I will say, there's a portal on the ground, and it matches the portal you just came through, which was a Tesseract design. That's essentially all you're going to get on that one.
Oh, there's a cave over here. I see it.
As you kind of like step away from this lava flow and get your bearing, you're able to see more and more of the map. You can see that just across the way, there is a cave. Oop, I accidentally had this set to nighttime. I didn't know what time this would all happen.
I suspect if we can... Does the big turtle notice that we're here? Does it seem to, like, see us?
Not immediately. What do you guys do? You guys, it hasn't got you haven't got its attention immediately. How do you react? What's the first thing you guys do?
That's a fire spirit. When it sees fuel, it wants to spread to it. We're fuel, so just be careful around it.
Say I'll suspect we need to get over there, and she kind of points across the way to the cave where all the tracks lead, where they're taking whatever they're mining here.
Well, the most narrow part of the lava flow is up by the turtle. Or potentially down there?
Yeah.
Is there a chance of doing like a video gamey thing and like freezing the lava with water to make a bridge?
You certainly could. You guys are both talented elementalists. You would know that you would want to give it some time for the like explosive steam effect, but in theory you could harden it to like a little bit of a shell that is enough to walk across. That's a thing that literally happens in real life. Although they don't just splash water on it, they use time.
Yeah, the water would I mean, if we're talking realistically, the water would
boil and
literally
explode.
just explode, and throw lava everywhere.
Yeah.
Right.
But with like elemental water, you can kind of control it. You have the ability to put a lot of water on it until it just mitigates a bunch of heat and draws it out. Radiate outward like a radiator.
Heck, help me make a ruling about this spell that I am struggling to interpret.
Perfect.
I stop time and move for free while time is stopped, and then basically just appear on the other side. Would that prevent me from taking like environmental effects?
To actually do a leap. Take the action. Time pauses. Unaware of your actions, can't speak. Can't take onlookers. I'm into it. We could spend 45 hours arguing about whether there is anything realistic about the Flash. I think that that's not a fun thing. Magic exists to let you do things that you couldn't do normally. I'm going to interpret freezing time here as like freezing anything that would move or like have a motion-based effect. As long as you're not directly touching the hot thing, I don't think that it would hurt you. Like if you pause it, you're going to be able to like walk or jump over it or even like lay things on top of it and use them as a bridge.
Okay. Cool. Just didn't want to set a really dangerous precedent that I can just ignore anything that would damage me while moving fast.
Right. There's some interpretations of time pausing where like all motion stops, therefore all heat stops, therefore everything is absolute zero, but like that leads to a lot of weird things.
Guess I'll follow Sketch over whichever way he's going here.
As you guys have backed off, you see that like this big critter doesn't seem to pay you any mind. It's not entirely clear whether it simply didn't notice you or doesn't care.
Is it eating out of that pipe?
As you give me a perception check. So it's hard to show on a top-down map here, but imagine a... Oh, how do I describe this? I'm going to draw it. I'm going to draw it from the side because I think that'll explain better what's going on. There's like a pipe coming out of the ground like this, and it has a front, and it almost kind of looks like a bank vault or something. There's clearly like a big, heavy metal door that could open this pipe up, and then the pipe presumably heads underground. And this big critter is like gnawing on it. Like it really doesn't like this pipe or wants this pipe to go away or some shit.
Oh, so it's not really a pipe, it's a tunnel entrance?
It's reasonable.
So we could go that way. If we get the beastie out of the way.
I think we do have to get it out of the way then.
Do you think you can, I don't know, you talk to spirits, can you convince it to move along, or is this going to have to be,
Possibly, but we'll try it. And do as close as I can. And then call out to it in Druidic.
What do you say?
Really quick, sorry, 1 second. I will cast a spell on him.
I guess I'll tell it,
Hell yes.
follow me for delicious food. Delicious, burnable, flammable, extremely high-proof brandy.
You call out to it in Druidic and you say these things, and you see that it pauses for a moment and looks over its shoulder towards you. There's a crackling and a spattering. You see that some of the cracks along its skin glow a little bit brighter to a red rather than a dull orange, and then even for a moment a flare of yellow. And then it goes back and continues to gnaw on the pipe. And you can see that where it let go, there's like hot marks where it's been holding its jaw clamped on this metal for a long time. It doesn't react, and it's not entirely clear if it doesn't understand you or doesn't care about you.
I'll drip some of the brandy onto the lava in front of me, so it should ignite. Maybe that'll get its attention.
Yeah, there's a big flare, a fireball kind of bursts up. And as you look around, there's flammable wood, there's trees, there's unburnt wood all around it. Elementals are simple creatures. They're not stupid. A fire elemental knows that metal does not burn. And it doesn't seem to care. It doesn't seem to react to you pouring the brandy. It doesn't seem to react to the gout of fuel that you've just presented to it.
All right.
Sketch, give me a perception check.
Okay.
This simple, unintelligent elementals would have reacted to what Fetch just did. Both of you carry on, that's all.
I should be able to speak. Maybe we're speaking the wrong language.
I don't have ignorant, just Druidic.
I mean, I do. Well, I guess I'll speak in Ignan. I don't really know what that sounds like. I'm assuming kind of bloopy from lava, but
Lots of bloops and whooshes.
Yeah, lots
Yeah.
of swooshes,
Whoosh.
almost like breathing harshly through a bellows.
I don't think I can mimic that in Sketch's voice, so I'm just gonna do the normal voice. So. Excuse me, I'll be a little more breathy with it. Is it okay if we pass through here? We'd be getting kind of close to you, but we don't mean any harm. We just need to get to that cave.
Give me a diplomacy check.
I gave the wrong person the 19.
Hero point.
Neo, eventually you have to roll well.
I eventually have to roll well. Here it comes. Nope, not much better.
Who is you like?
Okay, he doesn't care.
Tell him to move or die.
That's a little extreme.
For all I know, Mom's behind the pipe.
Oh, what's in the pipe that you're gnawing on there?
She could also be behind one of those trees. You want to go cut it down?
If I have to.
Children. Mine.
Okay, good to know. We'll steer clear. Steer clear. It's kids are in the pipe, so don't go near the pipe.
They're using fire elementals down there?
I would assume they're fire elementals because that's a fire elemental. So like,
The hubris of your people, Jane, is astonishing.
My people.
Just use wood.
I'm here with you.
with lore elementals, if we use water right next to it here to get across, is it gonna be okay with that?
Give me a lore elementals check. Many fire elementals would be adverse to that. They would either be afraid of it or antagonized by it. If they were simple, they would treat it as an act of aggression. This elemental seems unusually intelligent and unusually focused on other things. It seems to not care much about what you do. It seems very focused on whatever it's trying to do with this pipe.
Dang, a real spirit weaver would be able to just order it to move.
You want to see if it'll help us if we help it get its kids?
Yeah, that could work.
I mean, if its kids are down in the same place we're going anyway.
Do you need help finding your kids? We might be able to help.
It stops and it backs up and it kind of looks at this red hot metal bite mark that is left on this pipe by essentially just clamping onto it and holding it for a long time. And slowly, over the course of 20 or 30 seconds, where it does not respond, you watch as the red hot iron cools, goes back to just a cold gray. Yes. I think I need help. Who are you?
I'm Sketch. This is my brother, Fetch. We're, Spirit Weavers from Zulakara. I don't know if that's where we're at. We've been traveling a lot. And this is our friends, Jane and Tex. He can talk despite being a cat.
Where have you been?
We just came from Wexasass. We came here with magic, so.
I don't know these names. We saw you for a long time. Your people. Then these people came and you were not there.
They took a lot of us away, or, killed us. We're enemies with them too. I mean,
It steps back. Help.
We will help. I don't know if you can understand me. I'm just speaking Druidic, but we are the sons of Switch and Spirit Weavers of Zulakara, followers of Zertun, and we will free every elemental in that compound. I'm pretty sure I can make a 10-foot jump. Oh.
Yeah, it's a little terrifying. And there's also the moment where, like, you pass downwind for a second and, like, you feel your fur singeing away and you have to, like, step away real quick. You're acclimated, but not that acclimated.
All right. Sketch, I'll catch you.
I mean, you can't catch me if I fall in it before I get to you.
Don't do that then.
Yeah, that wouldn't be ideal.
The thing looks to all of you doing this. There's a rumbling, and you almost hear like a pain in its voice as you watch the heat die down and be drawn out from that little patch of rock momentarily.
What a nice guy.
Oh,
thanks.
Let me actually chat with this guy real quick.
Get across quick.
Tell him about Cooter Brown.
I'm gonna show him the gun that I have, and I'm gonna tell him there are people, humanoids like us, called the Xantic Raiders. They wear blue, the color of a flower. They carry these. These are filled with delicious and very, very flammable powders.
What is this one saying?
Can you smell it?
Yeah, I love that we went with flowers and not like the sky or water.
Yeah. The sky. The
it was
ocean.
intentional. He can't burn water and he can't burn the sky.
Oh, that's true.
It's
That does
fair.
make a lot of sense, actually. But yeah, Sketch, the creature looks past Fetch to you and says, "What is this one saying?"
He likes talking a lot. He's telling you folklore that you're probably not interested in. I can tell him to leave you alone.
Trying to get him to go eat a bunch of his antics.
What is he holding?
What are you holding?
The rifle, the Xantic Raider rifle that I had pinned.
Oh, the Azantics, the people who came here, they use those guns and they're full of like stuff that ignites really easy.
It smells delicious.
He says it smells delicious.
They are delicious.
The gun?
There's thousands of them.
All of the Xantic people probably have guns like that. If you ate them, that benefit us and you.
I ate so many.
Oh, okay. He's been eating them for a while.
Good. All right, to the
They
pipe.
fled where I cannot go.
Into the ocean. Yeah, makes sense.
So I'm assuming down this pipe.
Is there
Check
a
the pipe for
hinge?
magic.
As you check for magic, and as you look for a hinge, let me get perception and arcana.
What a waste.
Tex, you see that there are big, heavy bank vault hinges. This appears to be an incredibly high security door. It's also worth mentioning as you're looking around with that 18, this bunker that it was into was clearly like the only way in was a secret entrance to the southwest. It's been destroyed at this point. The secret's the cat's out of the bag. But this was not visible. This was a secret room that had this pipe in it. Sketch, all of that is familiar to you. You've been in one just like this before. Jane, as you're studying it, you see that there is residual abjuration magic on it. Part of it is essentially a Nistles, the PF2 equivalent of a Nistles, to eliminate a magic aura, which is why you had to do a check in the first place. Once you get past that with a critical success, you see that there is a little bit of an arcane lock to prevent people from just opening it without either doing a dispel or being very good at kind of cracking it. And additionally, there is a layer of abjuration magic that is specifically protection from elementals inside and out. They don't want elementals getting in. They don't want elementals getting out.
Okay, cool. Can I tell at all whether protection from elementals or just the lock is going to be the easier thing to dispel?
The lock will be easier to dispel.
Okay, excellent. Because I am going to... So I don't know how Dispel works. I don't know if this dispels all the magic on a thing or how Dispel magic works in this, but I'll cast Dispel magic on this door with the goal being to at least unlock it. Or, take off the arcane lock.
Perfect. Let me go check the level of this. Great news. Lock is only a first level spell. You're dispelling at second level, which means even on a fail you succeed. It's essentially don't critically fail on a DC low. I'll double check the exact number. It's probably 13. Yeah, you're fine.
So close to a 1 on my screen.
It sure was. There is a heavy thump as the metal kind of clicks open. And you can see it kind of budge a fraction of a millimeter. You imagine that the magical lock has been undone. It's essentially just a matter of spinning it like a bank vault to open it at this point.
Yeah, I'll start spinning it open.
All right. There is a heavy metallic noise as it swings open. It probably takes actually a couple of you to get it to actually swing open. It's on bearings, but it's also been heavily injured, and without a good track to roll on, it's a fucking huge wad of steel. But eventually it cracks open enough that you guys are able to see that there is a staircase that descends down into a dark tunnel. Sketch, this is not the exact tunnel, but a tunnel that you have walked down many, many times back at the mining camps. And I think that's probably where we'll pick up next time.
Sounds lovely.
In a bajillion years.
A bajillion
Wow, what a
years.
session. It feels great to level up to level 8 finally.
You're
tell me
done.
about it.
I have great news for you guys. You level up to level 8.
Let's go.
Yes.
I can't believe he leveled us up all the way to 9. That's crazy
So
in one
wild.
session.
That's awesome.
Imagine.
Well, gang, I'm going to go to sleep immediately, but this was a joy, as always.
Hell yeah.
See you in 7 or 9 weeks when we play again.
Good night immediately.
Bye, all.
Bye.
See you in a month.
I was saying, we could play in a month. Oh, the dice this week.
Yeah, they've been on you. They have had it on
I got a couple of crits in combat, but then I got a couple of crit misses in combat. It was just everything balanced out to just be bad.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants they burnt us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward